All right, so welcome everyone to the session officially. Good little expression session and telling you about the exercises. So just complete those exercises this week. Next week we're going to move on to exercise 5, which is where it gets really interesting. So make sure you just do the exercises to your satisfaction. Okay, so right now, share my screen again. And we'll just have a look at the 10-step letting go process. I think that's what I wanted to cover. So this is in your course manual on starts on page 32 in your course manual, and then several pages after, because there's a 10-step letting go process, just instructions for it, and then there's a written process as well. So just a bit of background on this. You won't find this anywhere else. It's my own kind of creation. I came up with it to try and summarize in a process what the teachings of the course were. Put it into 10 kind of logical steps that really apply the course's theory. So it's a process you work through. In doing it, you applying all the course's teaching around letting go and forgiveness. So it'd be useful to go through it, read it. This is embedded into your into the theta meditation every morning. I guide you through this 10 steps. So if you've been doing that, you've been doing the 10-step letting go process. I also, in today's email, included something on the actual, just show you. So where are we? Let's get that. I've included another meditation for you on the bottom here. So you go down to the morning section. You see there's another button there, which is the 10-step letting go process, which is just on that process. So it doesn't have any of the other things. And that's about half an hour. So another meditation, you might want to try that. Okay, so let's crack on with the 10-step letting go process. So it's very effective in releasing any judgmental, fear-based thoughts, disturbing emotions. If you've got something deep-seated, you're really struggling to let go of it. Maybe it's a childhood issue, it's something that goes way back in your past. You just feel really triggered by something, then this is a process that can really help. So it'll help you to see only the perfection in the apparently negative experiences you've had, because you understand they really offer you the opportunity to let go of your own negativity. So it works with the idea of projection perception. That negativity is your ego. Find the love, peace, and happiness as obscures. So you can actually let go of anything. I've seen it, like really deep-seated, long-standing issues by working through it. Orally, you said you had a bit of a shift this morning by doing it. The 10-step letting go process in the meditation.
No, it was yesterday, not today.
Yesterday, sorry. So it's it's powerful. It can deal with anything, and if it doesn't happen straight away, you can redo it. So just keep cleaning the mind with this.
I also use a release prayer that I do for forgiveness, and that's what made it more even more powerful. And the TRE I was telling you, I combined with it, so it really helped release on a very deep level.
Yeah. So yeah, it's great. You mix some modalities. It's all about letting go, and you did what worked. So the questions are really, how much do I want to live a life that is totally free from guilt, fear, anger, and other negative states?
Yeah.
Are you willing to let go of any sense of being a victim to do this? Do I really want to be happy, peaceful, and loving person who's able to inspire and help others?
Yeah.
These questions are all really the same. Will hopefully get you to see that there really is no other way but to choose to let go of your ego and be happy. And the alternative is to be miserable and unhappy, which is clearly insane, which we do every time we allow the ego to control our thoughts and upset us. So the beauty of the process, systematic. You don't have to feel like it's all on your shoulders and you have to let go and it's difficult and it's impossible. You just do the process. It's like step by step. Okay, just be guided through it. I do that in the meditation. You can also do this as a written process. So if you scroll down, this is the instructions, but if you go down, I've given you a written process. So you could print that out and you can actually write this out. And in the writing out, there's a catharsis that happens as well. So that's quite effective. I think, John, you said you'd use that, if I recall, at some point.
I like the written 10-step process, and I have used it quite a few times actually.
Yeah.
Over the last few months, and I particularly like it because it gets quickly to the idea that this is an illusion that we have created.
Yeah. So it's got the metaphysics in it, whereas some processes don't overtly, and I think that's the basis. It's the foundation of forgiveness, is understanding that it is an illusion or a dream. So why are you making it real by thinking and feeling as you are about it? And that just starts to unwind it. Okay, so what I'm going to ask, let's do it interactively. John, if you could kick it off, read number 1, and then we'll just discuss each step. Once we've done the 10, then we'll do a meditation on it. I'll guide you through a meditation. Okay, so number 1.
Okay. So acknowledge the negative thoughts and emotions. Bring to mind the thoughts and emotions about the situation and personal people involved that are disturbing your inner peace. This step is essential to start the letting go process, because denial of negative thoughts and emotions leads to repression and suppression of them, which means that you are not consciously aware of the thoughts and emotions and cannot move to step 2 of the process.
Okay, so pretty clear. Acknowledge it. This is, we talked about it the other day, but it's essential for the healing process to acknowledge that you have a problem. Otherwise, there can be no solution. If I don't think I've got a problem, then why would I even engage in a healing process or letting go process or whatever process to try and change it if I don't think I've got a problem?
I find it quite...
Although there's no ultimate problem, we have to acknowledge it temporarily to work through it and come to a solution.
I find it quite releasing, actually, to go through this first step, actually.
Yeah, just acknowledging it's for a lot of people, it's huge. It's the start. I mean, almost halfway of the process. Okay, if you break it down to 2 steps, I'm acknowledging it. I'm aware of it. I'm acknowledging it. And in the recovery movement, they'll tell you that's the key. If someone can acknowledge, yes, I am an alcoholic or I'm a drug addict, and I have a problem, and I need to do something about the problem. You're halfway there, aren't you? Because the person's admitted it, and then they're saying I'm open to a solution. But if they deny it, they say no, I don't have a problem. You can't move beyond step 1. There's no process that can unfold from that denial. So he says you must deny the, whatever is false, but he's asking you to bring it into conscious awareness so that you become aware of those thoughts and emotions and then deny it, not ghost over it. The idea of metaphysical ghosting, or spiritual bypassing, as it's also called, is that you never acknowledge it. So you never get beyond step one. You say, oh, it's all an illusion. I don't even need to look at that stuff. It's fine. You haven't really processed anything and dealt with anything, have you?
No,
That's right, the process. You go through the steps, you're doing the process, and you're diving. This is another way of diving into the mind, going beyond perception, through the level of emotion, you're becoming aware, through thought, belief, and deconstructing that, and letting go of the false belief. So it takes you again down into the mind, which is what needs to happen. If you're going to undo those layers, you've got to go deeper into your mind than just a superficial, oh well, it's all an illusion, so I don't need to look at my emotions and my thoughts and my beliefs. That's metaphysical ghosting, isn't it? You're using the illusory idea actually as an ego defense. But isn't that just so ego cunning? It can do that. Oh, it's all illusion, so I won't go do the work and really look at my emotions and my thoughts and my beliefs, because that's a get out. It's an illusion, so it doesn't exist, so I don't have to look at it. Do you see? That's what metaphysical ghosting is. But if you go through the steps, then you can't do that. You have to process it. You have to go through and become aware of it. Be aware. So you would like to read that.
Can I just say that I did a lot of law of attraction work before, and it was all about not focusing on the problem, just not putting your energy on the problem.
Yeah.
But when I gained a lot of weight, I refused to look at the problem, so I didn't allow a solution in. So yeah.
So that's like sugar coating. It's that spiritual bypassing. Never address it, never acknowledge it and go deeper. Because the problem in the problem lies your healing, if you can really see it correctly. And the letting go of that ego, which then gets it at the root cause, rather than just glossing over and say, no, don't put your focus there. Distract yourself with something else. Oh, focus on a positive outcome, focus on what you want. But actually that technique is actually just the spiritual bypassing right there, because you're not willing to address it and really deal with it, are you? And it didn't work. Ultimately, you had to ultimately look at it, didn't you? You had to go and have a good look and go, okay, why, what's the root cause? I need to go to the root cause and let that go, and then the manifestation of it, the problem, will disappear.
That's the first layer of resistance, though, isn't it? The first layer is like, la 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 la. I don't want to know. Don't want to know. Don't want to go there.
Don't want to know. Yeah. So I'll stay at the perceptual level, and there's, people will find a belief system and that suits them. Maybe it's a law of attraction. Oh no, we don't want to focus on what's negative. We're just going to ignore that. Focus on what you want. Go for the goal. And there's always going to be a teaching and a teacher that's going to give people what they want, and that's why these teachings exist. Because they don't really want to go and look, because that's painful. So we'll gloss over that and we'll focus on a form outcome and positive. And then, but this particular book or teacher is saying that's good. So, I've got justification. So off I go. And that's, you haven't healed. It's not healing in any way. You've distracted yourself again by focusing on something external to you and believing that external thing is going to somehow bring you the happiness that you really yearn for. Without resolving this, it's never going to work. So, that whole mindset, law of attraction, personal growth, can be a great sidetrack and distraction, where the ego is playing and it's stopping you from the healing. And often with enough pain, then you have to go, okay, that's not working anymore. I've got to look somewhere else. That teaching isn't working. I've got to do some kind of emotional release work. I've got to go deeper into my mind. That's the real work. That's authentic. If the workshop seminar teacher is all about the external, it's not authentic. They try and tell you that somehow you're going to find happiness and satisfaction from something external to you. If the focus is there, it's ultimately not correct. And you're not really healing your mind. You're actually just increasing your attachment to the illusion. So it's the opposite. This is absolutely the opposite of that teaching. Course in Miracles contradicts that entirely, and says, no, you actually want to go within, and you want to let go of all these false beliefs that there is even an external world. Why would you desire something in the external world if it doesn't even exist? So it's another level entirely of awareness, which is number 2. So if you can read that for us, be aware.
Be aware, be fully present and aware of these thoughts and emotions, remaining somewhat detached and not letting yourself react emotionally to them. So you don't sabotage this process. You see yourself as separate from the thoughts and emotions you're observing in the mind of the person you thought was you previously. This is the beginning of the full realization you will one day have that you are not really this person at all. Breathing deeply through your nose and raising your eyes to look upwards while keeping your chin parallel to the ground will help you keep your mind clear and remain aware of your thoughts without involving yourself emotionally in them.
This is a nice little trick. I think I might have shared this before, but I'll do it again in this context. So just keep your eyes open, chin level, take a nice deep breath in, and then just look up. So like you direct the eyes upwards to the ceiling. You're not doing that, but your chin's level, and you just kind of look up at the ceiling as you breathe in. Nice deep breath in. Okay, and then notice what happens to your mind in that state. Are there any thoughts?
No.
It's the most effective way of blanking the mind. Nothing happens. If you really try and think, you can, but it does something to the neocortex or something. I don't know the physiological explanation exactly, but it works, and that's all that matters. You just blank your mind in that state for a few seconds. You give yourself time out of thinking. You might want to hang out there for a minute or two if your mind's really busy, which brings you into a state of awareness beyond the thoughts and beyond emotions, which is quite helpful. So there's a detachment. Well, if I can just not think, all these thoughts and emotions suddenly cease, it allows you that gap in the thoughts and emotions to get some perspective. So a nice little trick there you can use if you're struggling with letting go of thoughts and emotions. And often the clouding of this is you can't get to this awareness because all of your emotions are going off, and it's too interpolated and you're too confused. So you want to try and stabilize in that awareness. Step 2, even just for 30 seconds a minute, just get into that state. So you're preparing yourself for then the next steps. You see that the steps are sequential. And you're seeing yourself as separate from the thoughts and emotions you're observing in the mind of the person you thought was you previously. Right? It wasn't really you. So you're starting to just be able to look at the thoughts and recognize that it's just thought. But this isn't you. There's no personal identification. It's like a random thought coming, and it comes and it goes, it rises, it passes away. It's like a cloud rising and passing away, but there's no personal investment in it. You're not attached to it. So you're starting to teach yourself that those thoughts and emotions are not you. You can just observe them in this detached way. And that's a big part of preparing for step 3, which is remembering that it's an illusion or a dream. Okay, so step 1 and 2, that's just getting yourself into a state. You acknowledge it, you're aware, so that you can move to step 3 and in a nice aware state, remind yourself that it's an illusion or a dream, if you prefer the dream word to illusion. Okay, so who wants to read that? Orally, perhaps, or Kim?
Yeah. Remember that it's an illusion or dream. Remind yourself that the world and your changing perception of it, including the situation that seems to be upsetting you, is an illusion, a dream created by your ego mind to reinforce its false, fearful identity. The dream is not real and is not really happening. So why are you getting upset over nothing? While this step may seem impossible and incomprehensible to you, this is only your ego's resistance to the truth. Just be willing to do the step by thinking that whatever you think and perceive about the situation and the characters involved in it is only an illusion or dream. Use whichever term you find most helpful for you. You will then be telling your mind the real reason it should let go of its attachment to these false thoughts and perceptions.
Yeah. Okay. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one to let go of the illusion. Try to let go of the illusion of what you perceive from your ego.
It's bringing in the metaphysics. This is radical forgiveness. He's saying to you, okay, remember that it's a dream. So why are you getting so het up about a dream? What happens in a dream isn't really real. It's
yeah, but while you're in it, you may not see it like that at first. You need some
so we're
realization
zooming out of the dream here.
first.
It's a zooming out. We're zooming out of the dream here and reminding ourselves, okay, I'm just dreaming. So it may seem to be, very real and can create, all this emotional drama in my mind if I make it real. If I recognize that it's not real, it's delicious. I just find it's amazing. You can just like pop the bubble and you can go, it's just not real. Ding. And it just
like
collapses.
that,
none of it's real. It's just it's like a little bubble of thought.
Yeah.
It's one of the advanced letting go techniques actually you can use. But these little mind games, you just imagine you just like popping the bubble. It's like pop. And the whole thing just goes poof because it wasn't real. And you can look at anyone or any situation and you can go, pop. It's not real. Just remind it. And there's an immediate freedom in that. You're like, oh, why am I getting so upset over what doesn't even exist? It's not even there. And then the ego might try again and it tries to pull you back and you just keep reminding yourself, no, pop the bubble. It's not real. And so you're training your mind through this process in this belief system that the world isn't real. By applying it to this particular situation. That's how you learn the truth. So remember, forgiveness or letting go, radical forgiveness or letting go, is practice in this new belief system. You're practicing believing that the world is a dream or an illusion. When you forgive, that's what you're practicing, so that you ultimately learn that truth through the practice of the letting go. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Everyone. And yeah, if you find resistance, I've had it's pretty Lynn's not in the call, but she said in the past, Lynn, if you're listening on YouTube, wherever, said, "Oh no, I'm not quite there yet." So it doesn't matter. Just do the step. If you don't fully comprehend it, you just go, okay, just think the thought. Remember, it's just a dream. That's all you have to think. It's just a dream. Pop the bubble. If you want to do that little mind training, little visualization.
It's funny when I always think of that song, That Was Just a Dream, Just a Dream. It's REM. I always think of that song when we talk about this dream. That was just a dream.
Yeah. Because the truth comes in all forms. So movies, songs, it's there. If you listen to some of the lyrics of songs.
That
amazing.
helps actually when you think of a song, because it kind of like repeats into to let it go.
Yeah. It was just a dream, just a dream. So I'm just dreaming. So
Yeah.
why am I making such a big deal out of a dream? Think about a nightmare. We've all had nightmares. Really vivid dream. Maybe it wasn't even a nightmare. It was like amazing dream. And then you wake up. It's like, where's the dream? It's gone. It's completely gone, isn't it? The whole bubble's popped. The dream is nowhere. It was just a mental experience you were having.
Yeah.
And if it was a nightmare, it's like, oh, thank God it's gone. I'm actually free of that. It's just all, well, that's exactly the case with this world. It's just a dream, just a much more entrenched dream. It's not as easy to wake up from it. But Yeshua says, how do you know when you wake up from sleep at night? How do you know if you're really awake? How do you know? You seem to have another reality, which has a different quality to it. But how do you know that that's real? That that's just not another dream? Well, you don't absolutely, can you? The only way you'll know is to do internal inquiry. You can't trust the senses, because the senses tell you that the dream is real. So it's the training of the mind, like we're doing, to reveal that. And then, as Sue said, she had an experience where she saw with her mind. Because of the mind training, it opened her up to see with her mind and interpret the dream correctly, interpret the sensory data correctly, and realize it's just got this dreamlike quality. Okay, so number 4, remember that it's your projection. So Kim, maybe you can read that for us.
Remember that it's your projection. Moreover, everything you experience is your projection, even if it appears to be outside and independent of you, because there is only one mind that is dreaming the dream of the universe, and the lives apparently being lived out in time and space. Whatever someone appears to be doing to you, you are in fact doing to yourself out of your own unconscious guilt that you have projected out into the illusion or dream and manifested in the form of a situation and person who appears to be causing you to suffer and making you a victim. It is our own projections that lead to our perceptions of the world. So it is always you who are responsible for creating your reality.
Okay. It's quite a bit in there. So this idea of projection. Okay, so it's an illusion. It's an illusion projected from my own mind. Everything I experience is my projection. It's a projection of a belief system outward. So it all appears to be outside and independent of me. That's the illusion. That's the setup. But actually, there's only one mind that's dreaming this dream. We're all tapped into that mind. That is the ego mind, the consciousness. You recall. Just dive in here. Where are we? Into the this one. The one mind, the universal mind that's dreaming the dream, which we're all plugged into, is the ego. And that's what projects and perceives, and that mechanism is so entrenched in our minds that it just happens by default. And so we think, well, this is our reality now. I'm projecting and perceiving all the time, and I've forgotten I'm doing it. And so the reality that's being projected and perceived seems to be real. That's how the illusion's made up. So this is called consciousness, ego, belief in separation. Could also be called universal mind. It's a universal mind. That's behind the whole, so-called physical universe. That's what projected and perceives it. And if you tap into that, you might be able to manifest things, but you're not going to free yourself ultimately, because freedom lies beyond that thought system. It lies beyond the universal mind. You have to recognize what's really going on. I'm just projecting and perceiving all the time and making up a fantasy world through this process. I have to remember that none of it's true. It's a cover over or a veil over the fundamental ground of being that pre-existed it, that lies underneath that, which is God, love, oneness, pure formless awareness. So this teaching is saying, well, just be done with all this covering. We don't want the veil. Conscious manifestation and all this kind of stuff, and seeking some kind of outcome in form is just more veil. You're just playing in the veil. You want to strip the entire veil away and go into this awareness, which is why it actually is contradictory to a lot of these New Age teachings and personal growth movement, because it's saying, forget all that. That's not going to work. Just go for the ultimate truth, which is pure formless awareness, the perfect love. Experience that, go for that and that alone, because everything else is valueless by comparison. Okay, so does that help showing that diagram?
Yeah,
Projection, perception. So what the ego's done, just so you speak to the diagram, you can see how it's worked. This idea of separation and being a separate self means that the ego must believe that it's actually destroyed God, love, oneness, pure formless awareness. So, and that's its sin. It in order to have its individual identity, it believes it's done that. So that's the so-called original sin, and that's the deep-seated feeling we all have of being wrong. We feel like we've done something wrong. Our entire identity is wrong, right? So that's sin and guilt. And the mind can't handle that. We couldn't tolerate that. So, and the fear that came from it, false expectation of punishment appearing real, it's fear. So there's this immense guilt and sin, and this fear of now being punished by a fearful, wrathful God who you project as outside of you, all of which is made up by the ego. But that guilt and that fear are what caused the original projection, which we call the Big Bang. That's what caused us to literally go out of our minds, project all this crazy thought outwards into a ball of so-called energy, which is just projected thought, which has been projecting out ever since, and has formed, this physical universe, what we see, feel, touch, taste, perceive over a long time, 16 billion years it's taken to miscreate this. Now we seemingly living in this very fragmented world, in an individual body with many other individual bodies, not just human bodies, but various animals and plants that also seem to be alive. And it seems to be quite threatening because anything can happen. I was watching a nature program yesterday with my son, and it's not pretty what happens in nature. They've got to continuously be vigilant because something's out to get them. Always something's going to eat you. So there's a continuous struggle to survive because the ego's life is temporary. It's bought its identity. It said, I exist and something else doesn't. So it's a win-lose idea. It's not stable. And so death is everywhere. And having to, defend the body and try and, continue existing in this body, in this form for a while is what pretty much every animal is doing. That's what their existence is about. So the system behind it is insane because it's all about kill or be killed, and ultimately everything will die anyway. So what was the point of all of that? And the Course answers that and says, well, there's no point. It's just a pointless projection of fear and guilt and sin outwards to create a pointless world, and all the forms of it are pointless and meaningless. Your freedom lies in realizing that you're not a form, you're not a helpless body, an innovative little life of limitation, lack, loneliness, and suffering before you die. That's not who you are. It's totally false. And none of this stuff's real. You just projected it out from your belief in separation, and now you perceive it as real, and you do that so well you've forgotten you're doing it. But realizing you're doing it is the first step in correcting it. Then you don't buy the program anymore. You go, well, actually, this is all false. So how can I really be guilty? How can I really be sinful? How can I really fear? Well, the answer is you can't really, which then is the undoing of the whole thing. Okay, so does that make sense? Does it clarify our projection, perception, and this particular step?
Well, it's quite a lot. I think it's that knowledge in the background, but like that same step is, I think it's the second or third one, like do it anyway. Because it's hard to, as we are sitting here now, we are separate human beings in identity, which there's a lot of work to.
Or we think we are.
So,
see, are we really, or do we just think we are? That's the problem. We think we are.
yeah, but that's still there.
Yeah.
Was what I'm saying is like one of the previous steps you said, you know, even if you just do it anyway.
Three. Do it anyway. Even if, you know, this is too much for me. I think Lynn said it a couple of, it's too much. I'm not there yet. Okay. You don't fully believe it yet or understand it, but just be willing to do the step. Think it. Say, okay, well, it's just a dream. Anyone can think that thought. It's a bit like the workbook. You know, you may not get it, understand it, but just think the thought. Do the exercise, because you are putting it in there. You're planting it, implanting it. The more you do that, the more understandable it will become. There might come a day where you go, oh my God, I get it. You know, I remember sitting when I sort of first got this on some level. I was reading Disappearance of the Universe, which is Gary Renard's book, and in it, they talk about God didn't create the world or the universe, which is in the course, but I just missed it. It hadn't kind of dropped in. So I was reading this, and they made it very explicit. I remember just pausing. I was like, something just dropped, and I was sitting at a desk. I still remember the situation very clearly. And I looked around the room, and I went, oh my God, I get it. What they're saying is none of this is real. It's like something, you know, just penetrates. It's like they're saying that what I'm experiencing now, what I'm seeing, touching, isn't ultimately real. And I was like, whoa. That's a bit of a mind blow. And I just sat there in stillness for a bit. It's like, whoa. And then the thought was like, I remember it was like, oh shit, what do I do now? What do I do now? Where do I go now? I think I had a squash game, and I was like, okay, well, suppose I better go play squash then. I don't know what else to do. So I went and, you know, played squash, but it was like an opening into, so like, oh my God, I get what they're saying. You know, none of this is really true. The room isn't really there. There's levels and levels of understanding that, but by starting to drop these ideas in, you're like seeding your mind. You're just opening it to this other thought system. And the more you do that, the more you practice. Remember, forgiveness or letting go is your practice of this belief system. Saying this is how you're going to practice. You've got a situation, you're all attached into the world. Now you're going to practice dropping these thoughts in with this process to undo that whole program. And teach your mind. You're teaching yourself the truth. So if you don't fully get it to start with, well, yeah, of course you don't. Yeah, that's why you need to be taught. That's why you need to, over and over, you need to remind yourself of this by going through a process like this. Okay. So does everyone see why you're responsible? Projection, perception, and how that's associated with guilt. And it's the idea of sin and guilt in our mind that are the problems, and then we must project out from that belief in sin and guilt, and that projection then makes the perception, and that sin and guilt, which was the cause of the original projection, keeps us locked into the cycle of projection perception. Do you see that? So the only way out is to let it go at its foundation. We must question the foundational belief of the ego, which is, I really have separated. I've really done something wrong. That's the foundational belief. You have to question it and say, no, actually, that's not true. I haven't really separated from my source. So I never did anything wrong. So there's no sin or guilt. So there's nothing to be fearful for. So I'm okay. I'm just in my true awareness then. Very simple logic to undo this whole mechanism, but you have to hold to it because the ego has now got a default thought system going. It's got the world to support it, the projection and perception, just support its point of view. So you have to challenge that, question it, which is what we're doing with this process, and then ultimately undo it. Every time you go through the process, it's another level of undoing that belief system. Okay. So everyone happy with projection perception, the idea of the unconscious guilt being projected out to manifest the dream world, which is why you're responsible. So a lot of people struggle with the responsibility concept. So they go, well, how can I be responsible for what someone else does? It doesn't seem fair to me. Someone else has done something, said something. How am I responsible? It was their responsibility. But it's a higher level of responsibility because you have decided to be a separate self. You decided on that, you wanted that, you keep the guilt in place. And because of that, you keep the whole system in place. So whatever someone specifically does to you or anyone else in the system is irrelevant because you're responsible for setting up the whole system through that false thinking. And by continuing to desire it, you just perpetuate the guilt, the sin, the fear, the attack thoughts, and the whole insane system just continues.
I think for me, it's, I think conceptually I understand what you're saying here. And you have these negative feelings, I don't know, might be that you're going through in this process. It could be either, I don't know, upset, anger, or guilt, or something like that. But okay, maybe in a situation where it seems that someone else is triggering feelings for you that you want to let go. There's still that external source there. And then there's this, what you're showing here is actually the reason that you're responsible on this high level. I think it's...
Yeah, I'm never upset for the reason I think, because the cause is not outside of me. It's not the person or situation that's triggering me is not the cause. The cause is my mind. I've decided to be a separate self. That's the cause. So he's asking us to see true causation. And then let it go at that causative level, because we can. It's a decision. We decided to be separate. We still want to be separate in the ego mind. He's saying you don't have to do that. You can let it go and not continue to be separate, which will collapse the cause of all of it. And that's the true healing we're looking at. So he's asking us to go to a much higher level of our mind and recognize ultimate causation of all of it is in our mind, because it's the idea of separation that's behind it all. Without separation, none of this could have happened. If that idea is false, then none of it could have happened. Simple. It's not possible, because what is false is not possible. Does that make sense?
I mean, I just sometimes think that one can go, okay, well, we're acknowledging that this is a dream and a projection, but maybe a projection of something that I feel that's got nothing to do with the person of which these triggers are what I want to let go. But I might also come to or feel that, okay, well, I don't have to allow myself to feel like this, that I'm responsible for how I feel. Which is maybe a bit different to what you're saying here. It's
well, you are responsible for how you feel, and you're responsible for the whole setup. You set yourself up to get upset. Someone attacking you externally, from the lower level, you go, well, that they have their own stuff going on. How am I responsible for that? But from the higher level, you are, because you set up the whole game in which that can happen. That's why you're ultimately responsible.
Which is the much bigger picture of it than, when
you have to go there to do radical forgiveness. You have to go to the bigger picture, because he's asking us to go there and say, if you can realize in every situation, you to it and believe in it, feel these emotions of guilt and sin and fear and attack thoughts and anger and hatred and the ego's whole Pandora's box. If you continue to think those thoughts and feel those feelings, then you make the thought of separation real for yourself, and the whole construct's real. And then you seem to be bound by it. So you must raise your mind up to this level and say, okay, but it's just an idea of separation, and it's not true. I can deny it at its root cause. I am not guilty or sinful. There is nothing to fear, no matter what seems to be happening on the level of form. I can stay rooted in the truth. Okay, so any other thoughts, comments on this diagram, on the idea of projection perception, how the ego uses it, how to overcome it? Remember that it's your projection. I'm actually going to use this one because this is the written one. So if you wanted to do it as a written one, I've given you some space there. You can write anything that comes to mind while you do the step. Remember, it's your projection. Any thoughts come to mind, noting any resistance that arises, describing how this feels. So you can really, journey through those, this in a written way. Being very honest, being aware, writing it down. It's a cathartic process. You're getting it all out there. And that's what it's designed to do. It's not just the metaphysics of, oh, well, it's all an illusion. I actually have to look at, the products of it, the negative effects, and I need to be willing to let them go. So I have to experience them temporarily in order to truly let them go. Okay, so happy with number 4. Number 5, be empathetic. So who would like to read that one? I think we're back at John.
I don't mind reading it. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Hi. Okay.
Be empathetic towards yourself and all others involved in the situation, knowing that you and they are doing the best they can in their current state of consciousness. And all unconscious, unloving behavior happens because people do not feel loved and is in fact a cry for love. You and any other people involved in the situation need your love rather than your judgment and condemnation, which only make the situation worse and strengthen your ego. To let go of these destructive thoughts and emotions and find the underlying happiness that is everyone's true state and birthright. Explore your feelings as you do this step by describing them below.
And so this step I call halfway or mock forgiveness. It's not the full way, but it can be helpful to sort of soften the judgment and go, okay, so this is the case, projection, I projected, I'm responsible. And we all caught up in this crazy illusion, this projection, perception, dream, including this person. We're trapped here. We're seemingly imprisoned and enslaved by this belief system. And so that's not that easy to free ourselves from. I recognize that in myself. I can be empathetic towards the other person because they're just doing their best. That's what they know. In the dream, that's their current state of consciousness, awareness. That's all they know how to do. So they're doing what they know how to do. They don't know any better. Otherwise, they would be doing it differently. So that can drop a lot of the judgment, and a lot of those judgment is always projecting the guilt onto others, and be quite an important part of the clearing. It's not the final outcome of the perception, but it's a useful step in the journey. And he talks about empathy in the course, and seeing everything as a cry for love. It's either love or a call for love. So reminding yourself of that starts to soften the judgment. And really through these first 5 steps, you've really opened your mind, hopefully, to another awareness. You've kind of undone a lot of the ego's fixed, entrenched default programming. You've opened your mind. There's a bit more openness in the mind, maybe a bit more softness in the heart. And now you're ready to actually feel emotions and let them go. Okay, so number 5, questions, empathy, what it means, how to do it.
I suppose my question it always seems to come back to when the other person is psychopathic and they're killing and they're destroying, and sometimes they're doing it as a sport. you know, I've seen it done. It's just I'm clever enough and big enough to win this no matter what, and winning's everything, and I could do better, but I choose not to. So it's very difficult to have empathy in that situation.
But they are still doing the best they can with what they know. That's all they know how to do.
But you know that they know how to do differently because you've seen them do differently. But they,
but in that current state of consciousness, if the ego's hijacked their mind, that's the best they can do. Otherwise, they would be doing it differently, wouldn't it? It's kind of self-evident. Everyone's doing the best they can in their current state of consciousness. They might have done better in the past. They might do better in the future, you know, because their state can change. But right then, in that moment, if they are behaving in a certain way, that's all they can do right then. This is why they're doing it. Okay. Kind of self-evident, but you know, there's a level of empathy there. Okay, you're stuck in that, whatever that psycho program is that the person's in, and they're a prisoner to that. You can see they're just being run by a program. It isn't really them. They're a slave to the program. So they might think I'm in charge here and I'm the big bad, you know, boss, but they're not. They're being played for a fiddle by the ego. And so they're a slave, and you know, the ego is not a kind master, so they will suffer accordingly. So there's a degree of, okay, even though you seemingly actively, you know, trying to harm and hurt others, seems to be malicious and manipulative and really unkind and cruel, you imagine what's going on in that person's mind to behave that way. The thoughts and emotions they must be feeling to behave that way. Wow, would you like to be in that mind? Can't be a happy place. And then they compulsively have to project it out because it's so uncomfortable that it requires, it's got to be projected out and offloaded onto someone or something, doesn't it? And so that's the mechanism. Like, it's a, you know, they're so uncomfortable, but they have to, it's compulsory, they have to do this. So I understand it's a disease. That person is mentally ill. They have no longer the ability to have the awareness to say, okay, I can be aware of this crazy voice in my mind and not allow it to possess me. They are, you know, in spiritual terms, possessed. And all of their resistance, their spiritual resistance has seemingly gone. And the ego is really dominating that mind, controlling it. And
okay.
The
time I find it difficult. I mean, I totally understand what you're saying. And when somebody is in a state of mental imbalance, you can see that, you know, they're mentally ill. But I've seen the switch from like raving psychopathic nutcase to absolutely charming, nicest person in the world, and it's like a control. It's, I can do it this way because it's working for me. I can do it that way because it's working for me. It's whatever works for me. So it's, you know, and it's not like there's not an understanding of what's right and wrong or any, it seems to be a choice.
Yeah, but is it really in the ego's thought system? Is that really a choice? Is there any real free will there? And I would argue not. You know, it's a prison world. The ego has enslaved that mind. Multiple personality disorder. It's like, okay, one, you know, you just don't know. It's difficult to judge. It's very easy to say, you know, and this is what your ego will try and do, judge it and try and condemn. But unless you've experienced that, you don't know. How do you know what that person's experiencing? You don't really know what's going on.
I mean,
so that whatever is happening, they're doing the best they can in their current state. That's always going to be the case, which means you can always have empathy and go, okay, even if you're a psycho, you know, seemingly manipulative, abusive, trying to hurt people, there must be, you know, so much going on in you that's causing you to behave that way. You're enslaved.
Well, they don't go out of their way to hurt people. A lot of the time, it's a method that works. Although, you know, something like narcissistic personality disorder is defined as a mental disease, it's almost impossible to heal anybody from it because it works so well for them. You know, they don't care whether they've got it. Go, great, this works for me.
Oh, they need pain. You know, they have to see that it doesn't work for them, that it causes pain, and then maybe they're willing to change. But yeah, I mean, these are very fixed default thought systems that often people they're going to take lifetimes to heal from this stuff. It doesn't just happen overnight or even one lifetime. So that's karma. They've got to play it out. They're doing the best they can. They might have had, many lifetimes. We don't know. Many lifetimes of that pattern repeating. They've had, every abuser has been abused. That's how it goes. So
that's true.
in their life, they've had abuse. They've had it in this life. They've had it in other lives. You'd have to know all of that. If you really understood all of that, you could only have empathy, because you would understand exactly what that person's been through.
So it's only the other life thing that helps me to understand it, really. But it's interesting that the course doesn't go to
judge.
the life.
You have to know everything that person had ever experienced.
So that broke up there. I didn't hear that. Sorry, that just broke up there. The reception broke up. I didn't hear what you said.
I just said, what did you say? You said the course, interesting, the course.
Oh, I see. Interesting. The course doesn't really say very much about past lives. And yet for me, it's massive in terms of being able to understand and accept some of these very challenging situations. Because without that, I'd go, well, no, this person was born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Life's been very good to them. And, carry on. Me.
Gives you a sense of perspective, so that can be helpful. The reason he doesn't dwell on it is because he's saying the transformation, the miracle, can only happen now. So you've got to correct it now, whether it happened in a past life or 100 life. You've got 100 lifetimes of a pattern going on. You have to do the correction now. So that's the focus. Because you can get lost, the past, then the past becomes real. I want to know about this past life and it's a whole mind trip, and you're making the past real, and isn't really about healing. It's actually about confirming that, I did have those lives and I had that identity. Oh, I was, one lady said I was Judas in one life. I'm like, wow, that's quite a mind trip. Imagine wanting to be Judas. If it's not being used to heal now, then it's not very helpful. If it gives you a sense of perspective and you can go, okay, it gives me some more empathy, and that helps me to forgive and let go, then it could be, a helpful belief. He does address it in the Manual for Teachers.
Does he? Okay. That's how it works for me. It helps me to move on to
perspective,
forgiveness. Yeah.
So then it's useful in forgiveness. That's the only, he says, if you want to believe it and it's helpful, and it kind of hints that it's true. But ultimately it's true within the construct of the illusion. But ultimately, if none of it's real, then whether you have one life or many lives, it's just a dream. None of it's real. However many lives you have, it's all false lies, false projection. And so he's trying to take us to that level. So it's all, however many lives you've had, all of them were false.
Yeah.
So none of them are ultimately true. So why are you making a big deal about reincarnation when reincarnation ultimately is false, as is everything in this world is false, you see? So that's where he comes from. He doesn't get immersed. It's true on this level. He just says, raise above that level and see that it's all untrue.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, so that's empathy. And that's like the halfway house. If you can get here, you're quite well prepared. If you've done this in quite a deep way, you've done it, in a meditation, or you're writing it down, you should be in quite an aware, kind of softened state. The judgment should have dropped a bit, and now you've got the opportunity to really go in and feel the emotions, which is number 6, which is necessary. It's probably the most painful step. These emotions are painful, but you've got to look at it. So you bring them up and you let yourself feel it. Okay, I think we're cycling back to John now.
I don't mind reading.
Oh, no, Susie's here.
Okay.
Yeah. Susie, yeah.
6, feel the emotions. Feel the emotions evoked by the thoughts you brought up in step 1 fully, experiencing all the pain and discomfort of these emotions briefly, while remaining very aware that this is part of a healing process. So you don't allow them to create a downward spiral of negativity from which it becomes hard to extract your mind. For this reason, spend no more than 2 minutes on this step. Time yourself if necessary to ensure you don't spend longer, and then write down what you felt physically and emotionally during these 2 minutes below.
Okay, so you can do that as a written exercise, or you could just do it without writing, just self-reflecting. But spend a couple of minutes and go, okay, let me check it out. What's going on there? What am I feeling from a state of awareness? So you allow yourself to feel the emotions, but quite briefly. So you keep it to maybe 2 minutes, so you don't get sucked into go down a rabbit hole and get sucked into deep dark emotions for many minutes or even hours. You do it as a very conscious process. Just being aware of whatever's coming up. And feeling it.
I've got to say, I've got to say it's very, very good. I think since Friday, especially with my own realizing where the separation was, the root of it for me was obviously my father that I had that experience with. But since then, doing this has become so much better, because now I know there's just a belief in separation. Before, I never used to get it. I wanted to blame somebody else. I wanted to attack somebody else. But now, and today, especially with you really breaking it down, it's become really
clear.
Yeah, that any grievance I have, there's no grievance. It's just that belief in separation somewhere.
Yeah. So then you take full responsibility. You say, okay, I have a grievance against myself. I'm still believing in separation when I have the grievance. So I'm still believing in the root cause of the problem, and there's no freedom there. I can't free myself from these toxic emotions until I'm willing to drop that belief. So that's taking of the full responsibility. And then you realize the inevitability. Well, I have to let this go. If I ever want to be free or happy, I have to let go of the belief in separation, and all the emotions go with it. It's a house of cards. It just collapses. Remember, this is the emotional level we're dealing with now. So we've done a lot of awareness, looking, opening our minds up from a state of awareness to really look at the emotion and experience it. Emotion is seemingly painful often, so we have to go through that. But no one ever died from an emotion. These things arise and they pass away. They come and they go. No matter how intense it can seem to be, it will pass away if you sit with it and allow it to. And you might want to do some breathing or trauma release to just help it on its way, or writing it out. That's another way of doing it. Okay, so happy with step 6, everyone? Any questions on that? Writing out can be really good. So as you write it out, that can be cathartic. It's a releasing process.
I actually find that by writing this whole process out, when I get to this step, I've already done it. I think it's useful just to go through it again, but by writing in the earlier stages, when writing it out, it kind of clears the system.
Yeah.
I think
so sort of catharsis happened. Just the steps, So this is like, okay, well, there's still stuff there, and you can still feel. If you clear, you go, well, there aren't really any emotions going on. I'm pretty clear, light.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the job's done. But if there's still emotion there, then okay, well, it's another level.
Yeah.
I've got to.
Yeah, I think it's a useful check.
So feel whatever's coming up. Be aware of it. Write it down if you're doing the written process. And then number 7, let go. Let go of pain. So you must make a decision. This is what differentiates the course from some other teachings. Just talk about awareness. Yeah, you bring it into awareness, but then you consciously choose to let it go. You decide you don't want this painful negative feeling inside of you to disturb your peace any longer. Cloud the awareness of your true happy self. You choose to release it by letting go of all the effort it takes to hold on to the thought and emotion. Okay, so it takes a tremendous amount of effort to hold on to negativity. Okay, I'm tired of it. It's just holding on to all this stuff is a real burden. I'm wanting to drop the burden, and using some breath work to help you can really work. So you breathe in. You can imagine you breathing in light, or just a feeling of lightness if you don't visualize well. Be aware of all that darkness, and then you blow it out. Imagine the dark energy is leaving you. With the exhale, it's leaving your mouth, it's leaving your body. And there's a natural tendency to release with the exhale. I think in the ancient Greek, to exhale means to forgive. It's the same word. So there's a natural releasing with the exhale breath, which you can use to just help you to let it go and allow the peaceful sense of relief and freedom as you release those toxic thoughts and emotions to arise. So you're accessing the underlying thought and emotion, the state of being, ground of being, through this by letting go of the pain. So going into it, feeling the emotion. This is like going into what Eckhart Tolle would call it, the pain body, really feeling it, and then consciously letting it go. There's a decision, and then use the breath to help you. And this is pretty much what we do in all the breath breaks and meditations. Right? So I'm saying, be aware, bring it into mind, and be aware of thoughts, emotions, and body sensations, because that's how the emotions play out. And then, step 2, just let it go with the help of the breath. You exhale out, and you feel a sense of release from those thoughts and emotions.
I feel it coming up, talking about it.
Yeah. Well, we'll do that. We'll do it as a meditation just now. So I'll guide you through this. So pick an issue, whatever your current major issue in your life is. You've got any kind of drama, trauma, difficulty with a particular situation. Just choose that issue and work through it through the process with it to come out the other side in the miracle. Okay, so appreciate the perfection. Let's ask Sue to read that one. Number 8, Sue, if you can read.
Did we do number 7?
Yeah, letting
What was
go of
that?
the pain.
Letting go of the pain.
Did
all right.
someone read? Did we read that?
Didn't remember listening to that.
No. Okay. Maybe we should read it. Someone read that, Sue. If you can read number 7.
Let go of the pain. Decide that you don't want this painful, negative feeling inside of you to disturb your inner peace and cloud the awareness of your true happy self ever again. And choose to release it by letting go of all the effort it takes to hold on to the thought and emotion. Breathe in deeply and then exhale fully through your mouth as you do this, visualizing light flowing into you as you inhale, and all the dark energy of the thought and emotion leaving you as you exhale. Allow yourself to revel in the peaceful sense of relief and freedom that you will feel as you release the toxic thoughts and emotions that have tormented and enslaved you for so long. Take at least 2 minutes and longer if you feel this is necessary for this step. And now describe the feelings of relief, peace, and freedom that you feel below.
And so that's the way if you've really let it go, then you should have more peace and relief and freedom. A little bit.
When I do the meditation, the letting go meditation, that's just really confirmation. When that happens, I can feel the change, and I feel the allowing of the just the lovely, peaceful, amazing energy that comes in. So I can feel the transformation that's happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lovely.
That's the miracle. You've shifted, from an interpolated, fearful, blocked state. You feel that relief, peace, and freedom, and it's experiential. It's not theoretical. You feel it, and the process is designed to bring that about. That feeling. If it doesn't happen, then repeat it until it does, because it means you haven't really let go then. Okay, you can write this out if you like. That works for you, or you can just reflect on those feelings as they arise, the negative ones and then the positive ones, and so you reprogram. It's a shift from the negative to the positive. You experience that in this moment. So one moment you're in pain, and then there's a shift, and then you're in peace, and now you have the two contrasting experiences right in time, very close to each other, and then you can choose between them. Well, which do I prefer? That old state, how did I feel? Not very good. Between them, great learning. Well, why am I resisting this peace? It's amazing. It really feels good. Why wouldn't I want to choose that all the time? Why is there resistance to it? And so the more you do this kind of exercise, you get the experiential shift. The more you're choosing that state of mind and this thought system. So, and as I said, this is practice in choosing the correct thought system and believing in the truth through this process. Okay. Number 8, appreciate the perfection. Let's ask who hasn't read. Elaine.
Yeah.
You read.
Appreciate the perfection. The mirror of this situation has helped you to see and let go of your own pain and negativity. So appreciate the perfection in this apparently imperfect situation. It has brought you unconscious guilt, fear, anger, and other egoic emotions that may have remained buried in your subconscious mind through your suppression or repression of them to your awareness, so they can be released and you can become aware again of the perfect peace, love and joy that are your true nature and what you deserve to feel all the time. Don't worry if you struggle with feeling deservable, because it goes against your ego's identity of being worthless and undeserving. Just do the step by reminding yourself that whatever has happened is all perfect in its apparent imperfection. Write your thoughts about how and why the situation is perfect despite its apparent imperfection down.
Okay, so any thoughts on that? Questions? You should be able to see experientially, if you've just done that shift and you've moved from pain to peace and you've experienced that, you should be able to quite easily appreciate the perfection in the imperfection. You recognize that the apparent pain, the imperfection, was necessary in order to experience this perfection and the peace. So it needed to arise, you needed to process it as you've just done, let it go, and then the peace is revealed. It's perfect in its apparent imperfection. And then you have, the reason why it's all happening. The only reason, the only true reason, is to help you to let go of your own blocks to the awareness of love's presence, and once again, accept love and all of its benefits, peace, joy, happiness. That's the only reason why anything negative happens. Give you the opportunity to let go of your own ego and experience the love, peace. So it's everything's always perfect, but really pushes your buttons. And the ego is arising strongly. It's a massive opportunity to let it go and experience the peace beyond it and free your mind. So how could you not be grateful for that? Which leads us to step 9. If it's all perfect in its imperfection, you can only be grateful no matter what anyone's doing or done. Because it's brought about the learning. I was listening to a story. He was telling a story of a guy, and he was sort of a counselor type, and he and his wife would teach and help a lot of people. And then his wife left him, and he was distraught. He was like, I'm not handling this. So he called people he'd helped, called friends, and no one was available. They changed their number, or they said, look, I can't help you. You're supposed to be the guru. I can't really help you with this. And then he had to go within and reflect on it on his own. And he let it go, and he came to the realization that he was beyond the need for a special relationship. And then he wrote to his friends, sent out an email and said, well, actually, I thank you for not being there for me, because it made me go within and do my own correction. And that's been a profound healing. So thank you for not being there for me. It was all perfect in its apparent imperfection. So that's the gratitude. No matter how tough it is, it was the perfect lesson if you can see it. Okay, so gratitude. Let's ask Christine to read that one. Christine, if you can read, be grateful for us. Thank the person or people involved.
Thank the person or people involved in the entire situation for being your teacher and for giving you the gift of bringing your ego's negative thoughts and emotions to your attention so that you can release them and you can be freed from all the suffering they have caused you and others. Explore how and why you are so grateful to them below.
Yeah, so gratitude is the opposite of resentment. You cannot be resentful and grateful at times. So this is kind of the litmus test of this, whether this has worked. If you can really appreciate the perfection and you can genuinely be grateful to someone who may have apparently done something that was quite hurtful or harmful to you, then you forgive them. And there's a gratitude because you recognize that they are helping you some level to let go of your own ego. And so this is part of freeing your mind. You need the triggers, you need these lessons in order to find your way home. So why wouldn't you be grateful to someone who's played that role for you? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So simple, but this is the acid test. So, okay, am I grateful? You go through the process and you check yourself honestly and you go, actually, there's still some resentment. You can feel that like a little bit of anger boiling up. Okay, well, you haven't done it fully. Go back, do it from step 1 again, cycle through it again, come to step 9, check it again. So if you don't get beyond this, then return, go back to don't pass go back to the beginning and start again, because you haven't fully let it go. So you could do a number of times. If it's deep-seated, you might need to do the process a number of times to really let it go. Okay, so any questions about gratitude? Feeling it, how you do it, you can write it out. And just by writing it out, by expressing your gratitude to the person who's hurt you the most, that's profound, isn't it? Huge forgiveness, a huge shift in perception. Which then leads to the final step, which is forgiving and releasing completely. So you say to yourself that you've totally forgiven or let go of the whole situation, the people involved in the situation, and yourself for all your thoughts, words, and actions related to the situation has been dissolved into the nothings that was. You and everyone else involved has been healed through your forgiveness or letting go. So write the following as an affirmation of this. I forgive you, and I'm forgiven completely. All is forgiven and released. Always are, have been, and will be one self, and so I love you unconditionally as myself. And so this is the final outcome of forgiveness or letting go, is it brings us back into the oneness of the mind. I love you unconditionally as myself. I recognize that we are one, and there is no separation. So the separation has been healed. And then write it as many times as you feel inspired to do. Forgive you, and I'm forgiven completely. Always forgiven and released. We always are, have been, and will be one self. So you can write this as many times. Add any extra words that come to mind, describing what you now feel about the situation, the person or people involved. And that sort of leads into quite nicely. There's another exercise which you can do. So I'm going to suggest you start doing as of tomorrow. This is putting your forgiveness in writing. So you got one person that you really struggle to forgive. You do the 10-step process and you find there's still some resentment. Maybe this one will work. So if you're struggling to forgive someone, then write this sentence out by hand a few times. Really think about what you're writing, your underlying intent as you write it. So I, and then name the person, forgive you, name the person. So I, and your own name, forgive you, whoever the person is. My projection, for, and then you just briefly describe what it is you think they've done for doing whatever to me. All is forgiven and released completely. We are one. And if you do that 35 times in the morning, 35 times in the evening, so 70 times a day by hand, by the time you get to 7 days of doing that, you'll be so sick of doing it that you'll probably have let it go. That's the idea. And every time you're writing it, remember, you're actually affirming it. So you write it over and over and over again, and you're affirming it when you write it. So it's a good exercise you can do for at least a week. If you find it doesn't work in a week, you can keep doing it until you feel like you've really let it go. And I use this to really heal the issue with my dad. It's always a lot of unforgiveness and resentment. And it's like by the time I'd written it 490 times, I was like, okay, whatever, I'm ready to let this one go. It's like not something I want to hold on to. I'm tired of writing this every day. I'd rather just drop it. So this can be powerful to help you, especially with something deep-seated. They keep you busy for months, even years, hopefully not. But at some point you just go, okay, I'll keep writing this. You'll get so sick and tired of it. But something in your mind will just go, okay, just let it go. You don't have to write this anymore. Because if it's done and you've really let it go, why do you need to write it? It's a done deal. It's already happened. So you're writing it to make it so in your awareness. Okay, so that I think is the end of the 10-step process. You've got the 10 steps, just briefly give you an overview. You go through it systematically and progressively. By reading this document, you can write it out. If you do the written process, you can do it in a meditation. I've given you 4 versions, actually, of meditations with this in now. latest one was posted today, and I'll put it in the email every day, so you can listen to it in shorter, longer versions. There's an alternative just with the 10-step letting go process to help you really work through this. So it starts with an acknowledgement of the negative thoughts and emotions. Then it's going into higher awareness, just being able to observe them in a detached way. Then from that detached state, remembering that it's just an illusion or a dream, and that it's your projection, or your responsibility. Ultimately, you can be empathetic towards yourself and towards others, because this crazy dream is difficult to get out of. We're already enslaved here. So whatever they're doing, whatever you've done, you did the best you could at that point in time with the state of mind, state of awareness that you had at that time. So number 6, feeling the emotions, just being willing to go in and experience them, so that you can let them go in step 7, release them all, and appreciate the perfection of the situation, because it's brought you to this point of release. It was all necessary, it was all perfect in its apparent imperfection, and then the gratitude for that, because it's helped you to access this peace and this love and this joy and your true self that was blocked before. And so you recognize that it was absolutely necessary. And you can actually be grateful to the person and the situation that allowed you to have this experience. And then forgive and release. Here's the final sort of sealing the deal and saying, well, everything's been let go of. I realize that we are one self. That's the final outcome of forgiveness. Restores your mind back to oneness, the one self, or the Christ. You recognize that I'm one with you. We're really one. There's no separation. And so I love you unconditionally as myself. Namaste. I recognize that I am you and you are me. We are the same self. And my forgiveness allows me to not just know that intellectually as a concept, but actually feel it in my heart, because I've cleared the block to the awareness of love's presence. And you can write that out. If you want to go into writing, I would recommend you do this written forgiveness exercise on page 5, page 42, number 5 of the shorter processes. Do that for the next week, starting tomorrow, morning and evening, 35 times at least. If you want to do more, but you probably won't. So that's nearly 500 times in a week if you do it for an entire week, which I'll remind you to do in your emails and text messages. Okay, so any thoughts, comments, questions on the 10-step process, how you use it? Any of the concepts not understandable? All good? Okay, so shall we go into a meditation on it, because it'll be our meditation for today, and then I'll take you straight into practicing the course lesson at the tail end of that, when you're in a nice empty state. Great time to do a bit of mind training on that too. How does that sound?
Yeah, good.
Good. Okay, does anyone need a 2-minute break before we start?
Yeah, the audio
2-minute break.
the audio that you put on the email below the letting go meditation, is that also a meditation, or is it just reading these 10-step letting go process?
Yeah, it's this one you're talking about.
The one that one. Yeah.
10-step, yeah. Let me just check. I think the link's right. Yeah, there we go. 10-step letting go.
Everyone to
our meditation.
healing meditation.
It's a meditation. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so it guides you through it, but just the 10 steps. There's none of the tone touching, with the other processes. The other theta meditation has all that in. This is just go straight into the 10-step, and I guide you through it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So play around with that. You can use that as an alternative if you like. And if you only have half an hour, it's just half an hour, so you can get it done, the whole 10-step process in that time. Okay, does anyone need a 2-minute break, and
Yeah.
then we'll come back and do a
Yeah.
med. Just go have a comfort break, get a cup of tea, but literally, 2 minutes. So don't wander off for a long time. Okay, so let me just All right. Okay, so everyone back?
Yeah.
Let's start the video. Okay, everyone, anyone there?
Yep, I'm here.
There?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Everyone ready for the med? So just recording. Okay. Okay, so just making yourselves comfortable. I'm going to do the 10-step letting go process and guide you through that in a meditation for about half an hour. So getting yourself into a nice, comfortable spot, position. If you're sitting on a chair, feet shoulder width apart. Keep your back straight. Up your hands in your lap, close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. Breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Wrench the sphincter muscle, that's the muscle used to lock the energy in. Squeeze the last drops of urine out. Feel the energy rising up. Spine into your heart center. Put one hand on your heart to connect with your heart space. Bring your attention fully into the present moment. Focusing all over on the breath and the subtle sensations of the breath. And just feeling like this energy is drawing up the spine with the breath to the crown of your head. So you pause at the top of the inhale. Maximum inhale breath. And hold the breath briefly. And now just scan your mind. Noticing any thoughts, emotions. So what you want to do is just bring up a particular situation. Pick a situation in your mind that is disturbing you. So the thing that at the moment is disturbing your peace the most. Thinking about the most, any kind of disturbing emotions about. Just observe all of that. And you breathe into it. So breathing brings in awareness. It's a spacious awareness that's coming in. Just be aware and acknowledge them. Okay, that there's negativity there, and that you really want to resolve it. You want to let go of it right now, the next half an hour. And exhale. And with the breath, just really there's a sense of relief and letting go. You brought it into awareness, you've acknowledged it, there's a sense of relief and release. Just in that. And letting go already. And then just be aware. So be aware of whatever the thoughts and emotions are. Just remain somewhat detached and let yourself react emotionally to them. So you don't sabotage this process. See yourself as somewhat separate from the thoughts and emotions. You're observing the mind of the person you thought was you previously. And this is the beginning, the full realization you'll one day have that you're not really this person at all. Breathing deeply through your nose, raising your eyes. If you find this difficult, just briefly open your eyes. Keep your chin level. Take a nice deep breath in through the nose, and then just look up as I'm demonstrating. So you look up to the ceiling for a few seconds and notice how that just blanks your mind. Keep your chin parallel to the ground. That will help you to keep your mind clear and remain aware of your thoughts, not involving yourself emotionally in them. So just drop into that higher awareness. And you exhale out through the mouth, blowing it out. And so you're just in this state of awareness in which you can observe thoughts and emotions with some detachment. And as you're not really the person who's thinking and feeling these things, they're just thoughts and emotions blowing through the mind. There's no sense of personal self who's thinking them or feeling them or is responsible for them. So now, breathing in, just remind yourself that the world and your changing perception of it, including this situation that you brought to mind, seems to be upsetting you, is an illusion. It's a dream, if you prefer that word, created by your ego mind, which is your sense of a separate self, to reinforce its false, fearful identity. The dream isn't real. It's an illusion because it's not real. It seems to be happening, but it's not really happening. So ask yourself, why am I getting upset over nothing? Nothing's really happening. What I'm seeing is just in the movie theater of my mind. It's a 4-dimensional dream world. 3 dimensions of space and then time, which allow the dream to seemingly unfold in space over time. And it seems to be sequential and linear. But all of that is just a dream. So why am I getting upset over nothing? We might find this step seemingly impossible or incomprehensible. This is just your ego's resistance to the truth. And just be willing to say it to yourself, okay, this is just a dream. The characters, including my own character, and there's the ego's resistance. You have to see yourself as unreal. You're just another dream figure in a dream world. And the dream is pointless. It's a meaningless dream. It's a departure from source. So you can just start to see that. You're not the character in the dream. The other characters in the dream are not real. Neither are you. And you're really telling your mind now the real reason that it should let go of its attachment to these false thoughts and perceptions. Let go of them because they are not true. I'll just blow it out. Breath and sink inwards to a deeper place in your mind, a deeper acceptance of this truth that the world is an illusion. Corollary to this is reminding yourself that it's your projection. So breathe in again. Just deep inhale. Remember that it's all a projection of your mind. The external world is being projected on one level of your mind that you've forgotten. Don't know how you did that. So even if it appears to be outside and independent of you, everything you experience is your projection. So there's only one mind, one thought system that's dreaming the dream of the universe, and the lives apparently being lived out in time and space. It's the universal mind, consciousness, the ego mind that believes in separation as its fundamental premise. So whenever someone appears to be doing to you, in fact doing to yourself, of your own unconscious guilt that you projected out into the illusion or the dream, you've manifested in the form of the situation, the person who appears to be causing you to suffer and making you a victim. So you've done it to yourself, just done on an unconscious level. And then you can project your guilt outwards, and you can project guilt onto them and say they are the guilty ones. Notice that that's what you do. Blame others, project guilt out to try and offload the guilt so that you are not guilty anymore. They are the guilty ones. So God will punish them rather than you. It's pretty childish, but that's what's going on. So you manifested it all. Form of the situation, the person appears to be causing you to suffer and making you a victim. It's your own self-creation. So how can you be a victim if you made it up? Oh, indeed. Our own projections that lead to our perceptions of the world. So it's always you who are responsible for creating your reality. Remind yourself of this. Right now, you can take this responsibility by accepting that this is how it works and being open to the correction. So the 5 is have empathy. So empathy is comes when you understand that all others involved in the situation are doing the best they can. And you and they are doing the best they can in their current state of consciousness. And that would be absolutely great, true, maybe very much in the ego and false, but that's the best they can do. So all unconscious, unloving behavior happens because people do not feel loved and is in fact a cry for love. So you and any other people involved in the situation need your love. Rather than your judgment and condemnation, to only make the situation worse and strengthen your ego. So let go of these destructive thoughts and emotions and find the underlying happiness that is everyone's natural state and right. Everyone is in prison to a greater or lesser degree in this world, and if someone's very imprisoned, they'll do unconscious, hurtful things, but they are doing the best they can with what they know. Otherwise, they would do more, they would do better. Self-evident. So feel this empathy, acknowledge the personal people involved, and just say in your mind, I understand you're doing the best you can right now, and you always have. So how can I judge you? I need to just let go of that judgment to be free. Judgment makes no sense, because how can I possibly know what you've been through, what your ego is doing, your past conditioning? I don't know any of that. Yet I still judge you for judging me. Well, that's just the same error, isn't it? Judging you for judging me. Making the error of judgment. So now, that empathy in place and this awareness, you're going to allow yourself to really feel the emotions. So take a deep breath in. Maximal inhale breath. Raise the energy up. Clench the sphincter muscle, lock it in. Take another sip of air in. Now just allow yourself to really feel. So you might drop your attention into your heart and your lower chakras, into the torso, really. Just drop your attention down. A lot of lower emotions happen in the first, second, and third chakras, or energy centers, which just observe those emotions. What are you feeling? Does it feel overwhelming? Does it feel painful, negative, limiting, contracted, constricting? So just feel. Breathe in again if you need to. Feel the feelings. Let the pain, physical pain, mental, emotional pain, before thoughts and emotions come up. If it feels a bit overwhelming, just breathe and remind yourself that this too will pass. It's a very temporary step. Just going to look at it for a couple of minutes. Be aware of whatever those thoughts are. Emotions, be aware of the pain. And now decide that you don't want just painful, negative feeling inside of you. And it's time to let this all go. Perhaps you can see clearly that this has no value. So just feel those emotions, get into them. It feels painful. Put one hand in your heart. Remember, you've got the Holy Spirit, remembrance of perfect love. And whoever serves that, so that's Yeshua, guides, angels, they're all there helping you. This process right now, you have a lot of support. The emotions may seem painful and overwhelming, but just be willing to process through them. Just letting it all go now. Blowing out the pain, the dark energy. It's leaving you. As it's like a black smoke leaving. Blowing it away with the breeze of your breath. So releasing of all that pain. It's really not necessary. It's just a cover, emotional layers, a cover over the truth in your mind. So removing that cover or veil to reveal this truth. So blow it all out. The breeze of your breath, expel it all out and just rest here. So feel a sense of release. Perhaps you want to breathe in again. You can visualize light, beautiful golden or white light flowing into your heart center, into your stomach. Wherever you felt any kind of tension, any tightness, any pain, just breathe into that area and invite the light in. If you visualize, great, you can bring that in. If you don't, it's just a feeling of lightness. And light is actually the true awareness, which is not physical light. So visualization might help you, but it may not. Just focus on this awareness, expanded, expansive awareness coming into. So you just breathe in the light to every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. It's in this healing light, cleansing light, purifying light. Feel like completely immersed and infused in the light. Stay there for a few moments. The gap between breaths is a natural openness to the light, to true awareness, and allow it in. So you bring in the light, feel it, you're immersed in it. In that light, there is no pain. All pain must dissipate. So you're going to let it all go once more. Imagine you blowing out that pain as a dark smoke out of your mouth. It's leaving you out of your body, your energy system, your mind, blowing it all away to the nothingness that it really is. From the stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And you rest. In the stillness. After letting go, there can only be appreciation. If you've really let go, you can appreciate the perfection of the situation. So breathe that in. Recognize that the mirror of the situation has helped you to see and to let go of your own pain and negativity, otherwise known as the ego. And just appreciate the perfection in this apparently imperfect situation. Acknowledge the perfection, because the situation in the trigger that's brought your unconscious guilt, fear, anger, other egoic emotions. They've remained buried in your subconscious into your suppression or repression of them to your awareness, so they can be released. You become aware again of the perfect peace, love, and joy that are your true nature and what you deserve to feel all the time. So don't worry if you struggle feeling deservable, because it goes against your ego's identity of being worthless and undeserving. Just do the step by reminding yourself whatever's happened is all perfect in its apparent imperfection. So you deserve to feel this peace, love, this joy all the time. Again, breathe it in to anchor the state in. Visualize light at the same time. And stay rooted in this perfection. This is your true state and nature. And then thank the person. Breathe in gratitude to every pore, cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, fiber of your being. Thank the person, all the people involved, and the entire situation for be grateful that this has been necessary situation. The person or people involved has been your teacher, giving you the gift to bring your ego's negative thoughts and emotions to your attention so you can release them and you can be freed from all the suffering they've caused you and others. And that is indeed cause for gratitude. So the person who's hurt you the most is also helping you to free yourself the most. There's the divine reinterpretation of any kind of attack, thought, can feel that gratitude. And in that state, again, breathe in. And recognize you've forgiven and released completely. So set yourself totally forgiven or let go of the whole situation, people involved in the situation, and yourself for all your thoughts, words, and actions related to it. So whatever you've done or haven't done, it was all perfect in its imperfection. It's forgiven and released. And you're back in your own true awareness. As an affirmation of this, you can say to yourself, I forgive you, name the person who's involved, or people, and I am forgiven completely, or is forgiven and released. So I'm released, I'm free. Forgiven and I'm free. I'm forgiven completely, all is forgiven and released. We always are, have been and will be one self. The only true reality is that we are one self. Our separate identity is not is not real. Nothing else exists. It's only the one self. The mind has been restored to an awareness of that one self, not just intellectually, conceptually, but knowingly. You've chosen this, you know this experience now through this 10-step letting go process. You are one self, and so you love. So feel that release. Say, I am one self, and so I love you unconditionally as myself, and extend that love as you exhale to the person or people involved. And feel a sense of unity with them. They aren't really another person. Our whole construct is false. Their person, their body, their personal identity, it's all false. So you just rest for a few moments, a minute or two, maybe a bit longer, in this deep, peaceful, contented state. There's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just bliss out, be in the peace, feel the oneness. Let it arise, let yourself experience it. Don't block it in any way. So help you keep your mind quiet, just focus on the breath. So nice, deep, slow, rhythmical breaths in and out through the nose. Observe the sensations of the breath. Stomach rising, chest rising, the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. And then you observe as you exhale. Just let it go. And rest in this deep peace. Stillness, silence, bliss, oneness, love, joy. It's all there. Don't need to label the experience, just experience it directly. These are the benefits of true forgiveness or letting go. You can experience these benefits anytime. If you can by doing this process, then why not do it more often? Why linger in time with no need to linger in time, no need to have any of the attachments, the emotional drama. Can just be free, happy, light, peaceful, a deep peace. So sink into that peace, observe the breath flowing in and out the nostrils. They keep your mind very calm, clear, aware, and peaceful. And you sink inwards. Let yourself go more and more deeply into peace. That experience arise naturally from mind and body for the next couple of minutes of deep, contemplative silence. And so just gently coming back from this deep peace, being called the peace of God, surpasses all understanding in the Bible. It surpasses logical, rational understanding. The understanding of the ego comes when you radically let go, like you just have. So just come back gently, but carry this peace with you. It hasn't really left you, it's still there. So notice that as you come back into awareness of sense perceptions, this peace is still there, it goes with you. It's the base state, the ground of being, in which everything else happens. So now on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. And clench your sphincter muscle if you like, lock the energy in, notice that sensation in the pelvic floor, notice any energy rising up the spine. Breathe into your heart center, notice the chest rising. You can put one hand in your heart to connect with your heart space if you like. And then breathing into the crown of your head, pause at the top of the inhale. Smile. One more time, scan your mind, so notice any of those old dead thoughts lingering in your mind. And remind yourself that you're not real. You're really seeing or perceiving only the past. It's all based on past conditioning, programming that you have that perception. So you're willing to drop it. You're willing to let it go, blow it away. The breeze of your breath into the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. From the stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you just rest here. And this deep peace and stillness. Bottom of the exhale, there's a gap in the breaths. Notice the peace that's still there, hasn't gone. On the count of 2, you can also notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair and your feet touching the ground. Notice what you're feeling with your hands touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose. Notice that. Notice what you are hearing in the surrounding environment. But without judgment. If you're not interpreting the sensory data, not judging it, naming it, labeling it, then it really doesn't have to affect you. It comes in, sensory inputs come in through the senses, they come in, they arise briefly in perception and they pass away, but you don't have to then interpret them as meaningful. You can let them go. And that frees your mind from the ego's thought system. And so it is said, so it is done. You are free. On the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. And just look around for a minute in this very aware state. Having done a 40-odd minute meditation, we're going to practice today's lesson. So just look around, whatever you happen to see. Let your eyes rest indiscriminately on whatever happens to be there, whatever catches your eye. For example, and then say this statement, I see or I perceive only the past in this pencil Okay, the idea of perception is not just what you're seeing with your physical eyes, it's you perceiving with your mind, you're interpreting what your eyes see. So look at the pencil on your desk, or look at the chair or the desk table and say, I perceive only the past in this table. And look at your body, I perceive only the past in this body. I perceive only the past in that face. If you look at my face or anyone else's face in the area, I perceive only the past in. Do that for whatever else is arising in your visual perception for another 30 seconds or so. Just casually, there's no rush, whatever you happen to look at, say this to yourself. So you might do another 3 or 4 or 5 objects. Don't select anything, don't avoid anything, just whatever your eyes happen to rest on. Don't linger on anything, and don't omit anything in particular. And then one more time, you can just do an overall. I see or perceive only the past in everything. Whatever you're looking at, that this lesson applies. Why is that the case? Well, I'm going to have a little look at the lesson. It's just given us a bit of teaching on it, so we'll go into that now to read it and unpack it. So that's the end of the 10-step Learn and Go meditation. So I hope you enjoyed that. So any comments? Anyone want to share anything about the 10-step experience briefly? 1 or 2 shares, otherwise we'll go straight into the lesson.
That's deep.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, lots of different angles came up, lots of different connections. Fascinating.
Nice stuff.
Yeah, it was all mother stuff, stuff that I've forgotten about. So yeah, thank you very much.
Only a pleasure. Thank the Holy Spirit. Your own remembrance of perfect love, which is what's behind all of us. Okay, anyone else, or can we have a look at the lesson?
Yeah, just to say it's a process of letting go. I'll need to do this a few times on this particular topic.
Yeah, it can be. You might just repeat, rinse and repeat. Talked about we talked about brainwashing the other day, and it's you're literally washing your brain in the positive sense. You know, it's got a very negative connotation, like you've been negatively programmed, but actually you're reprogramming positively, brainwashing, cleaning out all the muck, and allowing the light that shines just to shine through. And yeah, that's might take a number of times, but you've got many meditation versions of this. You've just got another one because I've recorded it to the group, which is 43 minutes. So you can try any or all of them and just keep working, keep doing the meditation in the morning to work through whatever it is the issue was. And every time it's another level, another layer sort of gone.
I just had quite an interesting experience. I was writing earlier with a pen, and it didn't seem to be working properly. I had a look at it, and it was like a free pen, and it turned out to be from the private ambulance company that we had to use in France 9 years ago. My son went to hospital. In a situation I was about the other night. I thought, well, that's extraordinary. I didn't even know I had the pen, and I've just been speaking about that situation. And then the lesson today, you're saying, I see only the past in this pencil.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that pen was what and the situation it brought up, all the trauma from that situation. And that's what I was working on in the meditation. So it felt very
there we go.
Guided, a series of guided steps. So quite amazing, really.
Yeah. Well, that's miraculous. Yeah. You start to see how it's all connected. And there is some kind of amazing intelligence that's directing you towards healing. You can start, you have to be blind not to see that. Which is what Yeshua's saying, you know, the Holy Spirit's there always, and if you're willing, it's going to meet your slightest willingness with miracles. It wants to help you to free your mind. So then the pen shows up in the dream as a symbol, and what a perfect symbol for the lesson. I see only the past. Oh, okay. Look at the perception of the pen, totally influenced by that past experience. You're not seeing the pen as it is. You're seeing the pen as you interpret it based on your past conditioning. That's really what he's trying to teach us.
So I can now throw away that pen, which doesn't work, but it's interesting that it's stayed there amongst my pens for 9 years. Yeah. Really not of any use. And today of all days, I pick it up and use it and go, why have I got this?
Yeah, there you go. So it's your subconscious directing you to the healing. Been there for 9 years waiting for this moment to serve a purpose. Its purpose is part of the at-one-ment. Its purpose, and so it can be let go of now. And it maybe it's also didn't work because it's like that situation and the thought system around it and the trauma doesn't work, doesn't serve you.
Well, yes, I mean on two levels. So what you've just said, but also it needed not to work for me to have to look at it to see which pen it was I picked up and, sort of throw away a decent pen. And that caused me to look at it to bring up all the memories and the trauma for the meditation you've just done. Yeah. So that happened literally minutes before the meditation started.
There you go. So there was a divine guidance in the issue you should work with.
Absolutely.
All good. And if you allow it, that can be healed, and you don't know what miracle may come from it. Related to that trauma is your son's healing, which we discussed. So who knows? You might be the catalyst for a miraculous healing. You just don't know. If you don't. Your only job is to let go of your own trauma. That's all you have to do. I'm not saying you have to try and heal anyone else. Sole responsibility of the miracle worker or the correction maker is to accept the at-one-ment for herself. That's all you have to do. And then the results will follow. Whatever needs to happen as a result of that will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Well, thanks for that share. Anyone else, or can we have a look at the lesson? So lesson 7, Jackie, do you want to kick it off? I see only the past, and then I just reinterpreted that. I perceive only the past, because that's kind of what we're doing, aren't we? We're starting to take it into perception. The first 3, I didn't change C because it was very just visual. He was just working on the visual sense. That was part of the exercise. But now we're starting to, you don't really see the past with your eye, do you? You actually perceive it with your mind. So I think that reinterpretation, the alternative language, can serve you. I see or perceive only the past, and he's saying we do that in everything. Okay, so I'm going to read paragraph 1.
Okay. This idea is particularly difficult to believe at first, yet it is the rationale for all of the preceding ones. It is the reason why nothing that you see means anything. It is the reason why you have given everything you see all the meaning that it has for you. It is the reason why you do not understand anything you see. It is the reason why your thoughts do not mean anything, and why they are like the things you see. It is the reason why you are never upset for the reason you think. It's upset because something is there.
Okay, so he's basically taken the last 6 lessons, said, okay, this one kind of is the reason for all of them. It's quite a big lesson. Can you see the logic of it, why he's saying this?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very helpful.
So the reason why nothing I see means anything is because my past is conditioning the meaning I'm giving it. I've given everything I see all the meaning that it has for me because that's just related to my past conditioning, my self-concept. And then I put that into everything and I see the meaning that I've given it based on my past conditioning and programming. It's the reason why I don't understand anything I see. Well, if I'm only seeing that past everywhere, am I really seeing it? I'm not really seeing what's there. I'm seeing my past, which is an illusion. So I don't really have any true understanding then of anything if it's just my past that's conditioning me. That's causing my current understanding. It's the reason why my thoughts do not mean anything. Okay, so I'm just thinking about the past, which doesn't exist. So my past program is coming into my interpretation of my present experiences, and it's completely coloring it. It's telling me things, thinking thoughts that aren't really true because of that past programming. Why they're like the things I think I see. So everything I see, everything I think, if I'm in the ego, it's coming from my past conditioning, which is myself, what I think of as myself, my separate self. Yeshua's saying that past conditioning and the self is false. It's not really there. So if it's not really there, you everything you see and perceive is then false. The reason why you're never upset for the reason you think. You're upset because it's triggered you. Your past arises, the past programming, conditioning arises. Whatever the current situation has just triggered that. And so you're not upset for the apparent reason. You're upset because of your past experiences and your programming. And that's the reason why you're upset. Because you see or perceive something that is not there. So you see what's not really there if you see from the past. Because you're putting your past into whatever it is you see. You project that onto it. And your past is illusory. There is no past. It's just memory. So you're seeing what is not there. From the perceptual level, from the higher level, projection at level, it's a projection of your mind. You're not really not seeing it. But he's working here with the perception. Well, let's work on the perceptual level because the fixed projections will continue, but we can change the way we see it. We can change the way we perceive it and the meaning we give to it. And that's what these exercises are designed to do. So let's do a little the teacher used to do this. Let's do a little exercise. One person at a time. You say one of the lessons. So we'll do the first 7 lessons, which is it's quite a nice kind of tight bundle of teaching and awareness that can come from the 7 lessons. So it's also a review of the first week. So lesson 1. Who wants to start? Just say the lesson, and we'll just kind of drop into that and close your eyes if you like. So lesson number 1. Sally, do you want to kick it off?
The reason why nothing you see means anything, that bit.
No, nothing I see means anything. It's lesson 1. Just nothing I see means anything.
It is the reason why nothing you see means anything.
Yeah. But say it as the original. Nothing I see means anything was the original lesson. Nothing I see means anything.
Nothing.
And you look around and you remind yourself that nothing I see means anything because of the past. I'm putting my past conditioning and programming into everything I see. And then number 2, Jackie, if you want to say that, say in the first person, I've given everything I see.
I've given everything I see all the meaning that it has for me.
And so look
So,
around, look at that pen if it's still around and go, yeah, okay, I can see I've given it the meaning it has for me based on my past. What anything means if it weren't for your past experience. And number 3, I do not understand. Orally, if you can do that one. Orally is there. Orally on the course talk. She was on and off. I don't know, maybe she's not. So someone else, Kim, maybe. Number 3, I do not understand.
I do not understand anything I see.
Okay, so look around, whatever you're looking at, and remind yourself you don't really understand anything you see because you are interpreting it from your past, which is just past conditioning and programming. That's false. So how can you then understand it truly if whatever you're seeing is a conditioned interpretation from the past? And number 4, John.
My thoughts do not mean anything, and that is why they are, and why they are like the things I see. I'll do that again.
Yeah.
My thoughts do not mean.
I think it was 2 sentences originally. My thoughts don't mean anything. They are like the things I think I see.
They're like the things I see. Oh yeah, okay.
So if my thoughts are all conditioned by the past, which is not true, then do they mean anything? The answer is obvious, they don't, because the past doesn't mean anything. And they're like the things I see because whether I'm thinking or whether I'm perceiving the external world, it's coming from the same false programming. So it's just helping us to see that all of it is false. Based on our false ideas about ourselves and the world, which is all based on past experience, which is our conditioning and our programming. Okay, and then number 5, let's ask Susie.
I do not understand anything I see.
No, that's number 3. We've done that.
Wow.
I'm never upset.
I'm never upset for the reason I think.
You see, you're never upset for the reason you think, because your past programming and conditioning is influencing all the time your thinking, and you're getting upset because of that past programming. So it's not the seeming thing in the external world, it's your interpretation of it that makes you upset. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see how this lesson applies to all of these preceding 6 ones. Then number 6 to last one.
I am upset because I perceive something that is not there.
Oh. Can you see that all your upset is based on the past? Past program, therefore you're seeing something that's not there. It's an interpretation based on the past, which is false, it's illusory. And so you react accordingly. You get upset, but you get upset just because of the past program. And then he says, I see or perceive only the past. So it's a powerful lessons. Summarizing the first 7. All right, I remind myself of these say first 7 every day. It's like a little body of thought that really, if you apply it, encapsulates the whole course. Just these first 7 ideas, you can go to enlightenment with any one of them. Actually could be applied to take you there, but as a kind of an interlocking system of thought, they work quite well together. Okay, so number 2, I would like to read paragraph 2. So ask I don't know, Sue, you want to carry on? Read number 2, old ideas about time.
Old ideas about time are very difficult to change because everything you believe is rooted in time and depends on your not learning these new ideas about it. Yet that is precisely why you need some new ideas about time. This first time idea is not really so strange as it might sound at first.
Yeah, can you see that? I mean, it sounds strange, but actually it's very true.
It's a little bit difficult to get your head around, really, isn't it?
Yeah. But can you see that it's your past program? Every upset you've ever had is your past programming.
Mm.
That's behind it. Can you see that?
Yeah, and it is really interesting when you go round and look at an object and you actually identify the story behind it. And then there just seems like a story behind so many things.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
there
the
all
story
the
of
time.
yourself that's
Yeah.
projected onto the world. You see that? So your interpretation of everything is colored by the story of the false self. Which is why none of it means anything, because the false self is false.
How does the time come in? Oh, dear.
Old ideas about time.
Just because it's the past. Mm.
Yeah. So we think linearly. We think, okay, well, that's the past. That really happened. And now I'm here. And then there's the future. And we take the past and we usurp the future with it. We project the past into the present, our present perception, which then takes us into a future that is going to be like the past or worse. Because if the past was real, then the future's got to be more, more of the same. So there's no space then for the transformation that is the miracle to come in and say, oh, I let go of that past program. That past programming is false. You can let it go. And you can approach each present moment from a clean perspective. I think that experience you described when you were in the shopping center, your way to the optometrist, was something of a dropping away of the past, and you saw without the past interfering. You were very present, weren't you? There was no
Yes.
past kind of self-interpreting. It's just I'm very present, I'm very aware, and the past program is kind of dropped away. You see that?
Yeah. I can feel the experience that I was having at the time when I think about it.
So you came into, that's what it means to be present. To be present. I'm fully in the present moment. My awareness is only present, and I don't have the past programming or conditioning going on. I'm just aware. You still sensory data is still coming in, but there's a base awareness. The ground of being is very present, and that's very still, very present. It's right now.
Yeah.
And you're not interpreting from self anymore. That's dropped away. So there's just that awareness, and it feels very liberating. It feels freeing.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I'm not carrying all that baggage from the past anymore.
Yeah. And that's what it did feel like, very present, very now. Yeah.
It would have to be, because if you're in the past, you're not in the now by definition. You're in really what is false. The past is it doesn't even exist. It's just a part of thought, false thought. You can't ever recapture it. You can't say there the past is. You can't prove it's even exists. It's just thought, isn't it? So I have this whole thought of myself, my self-concept, based on past experience, which isn't really there, totally false. It was just experience interpreted to create this false self-concept that now keeps recreating similar kinds of experiences over and over and over again. That now becomes the default thought system through which I interpret the world. That's why it says I see or perceive only the past in everything. And if you can clear that programming away, that there is no past and there's no past self. I'm not conditioned by any of my experiences. I'm purely present. I'm able to respond right here, right now to whatever's arising without past conditioning. Then you're free and you're able to let the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of love, which doesn't reference the past and knows exactly what to do right now. You allow that to come in and direct your thoughts and your words and your actions. You don't have to then understand the past. It's a completely different way of operating, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it takes a little while for it to sink in.
Radically freeing, because in that moment you can feel peaceful, you can feel calm, you can feel liberated. And if you're having to speak or act, you can do that in a very effective way. You're not governed by the past programming anymore. You could just go, okay, what should I do now? I don't know, but give me the instructions. And the teaching is that will come. The Holy Spirit will come in if you let go of your past programming, and it will give you what is needed. That's why he left us, and when we finished the workbook a couple of weeks ago, he left us in the hands of the Holy Spirit, saying, well, if you need a word, there it will be. If you need an action, there it will be. If you need thought and just a tranquil, open mind, there it will be. 362. So do you want to read that? This is where he leaves us. This is the final lesson of the workbook. So this is the state he wants us to live in.
Right, and if I need a word to help me,
read from the top. This holy instant would I give to you.
This holy instant would I give to you. Be you in charge, that I would follow you, certain that your direction gives me peace.
And the holy instant is the holy aware moment. So you had yesterday a holy instant because you went into a whole awareness. You opened your mind and you experienced it, and it was profound. You felt something. There was definitely a shift in your perception. So that's the holy instant. What I give to you, be you in charge. So you're asking for this your higher awareness to now come in and be in charge of all of your thoughts and your words and your actions, your entire life. Okay, and then the next, if I need a word.
And if I need a word to help me, he will give it to me. If I need a thought, that will he also give. And if I need stillness and a tranquil, open mind, these are the gifts I will receive of him. He is in charge by my request, and he will hear and answer me, because he speaks for God, my Father, and his Holy Son.
So he speaks for pure formless awareness, my source, and its holy extension. So this presence speaks for the ultimate awareness. And that's then translated through the holy instant, that moment, into your experience. And it comes in as a present experience, which is quite liberating and freeing. Well, imagine if you could live in that state all the time. It'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
That would be quite a miraculous life, wouldn't it?
Yes,
to be that connected.
Yes, I could feel that. That would be amazing.
So it's possible. Some more mind training needed, but that is the state that enlightened beings live in almost all the time. That's how they perceive the world.
Mhm.
And that perception of the world that you saw there was the real world. It's like the veil of illusion lifted for an instant, and you saw the world differently, maybe for the first time. Maybe, I don't know if you've had experiences like that before.
I don't recall one like that. I mean, I've had aha moments, but that felt very connected. Yeah.
So that's, that's what this mind training does. It opens you up to those kinds of experiences, which is a miracle, because you weren't, it wasn't revelation. You were still perceiving, but your perception had changed. It was proper perception, true perception, Christ vision. So he uses these terms. We study it, but it's like when it becomes an actual experience, you see. Oh, yeah, what he's saying. Okay, so number 2, happy with that? Do you want to summarize number 2, paragraph 2? What's he saying there?
Well, my summary really is that past is connected to things we perceive the past and the things we see around us.
Yeah. And he's telling us there's resistance. Everything you believe is rooted in time. And so your whole thought system is based on time as a reality. Past, present, future. The past is real, the future is real. This is the default thought system. And that old thought system, everything we believe, is rooted in time, and it depends on your not learning these new ideas about it. And that's precisely why you need new ideas about time. So we've got to start undoing that old thought system rooted in time. And the time on the timeline, consciousness. Let's just bring this up. We've got that demonstrates, the human life. We're all seemingly caught up in this timeline, aren't we? Going from birth through our lives, through various experiences to death. Our entire life is based on that perception of that's what life is. To free us from that, we have to go above it and say, no, none of this is true. Only this higher awareness is true. Which is what you did, and then because you were, had your eyes open, you were walking around, that just reinterpreted that shift. You went up, and then almost simultaneously you came back into perception, and then the Holy Spirit is reinterpreting those perceptions for you. So that's why it's a double arrow. And that can happen, in a holy instant, instantly. It doesn't take any time to go into eternity. It's right now. You drop in there, and then because you were in time and perceiving, it was a miracle rather than a revelation. If sense perceptions dropped away and you just went into a state of pure formless awareness, that would have been a revelation, not a miracle.
Okay.
So he's got to, we've got to address all of this. He's trying to get us to look at the whole construct. Time is fundamental to the construct of the ego, isn't it? Without time, how would you have these experiences as a separate self in time? You wouldn't. So time allows the experience of a separate self to unfold, seemingly sequentially, from birth to death in this linear sequence. And we, because we're born into that system, believe that that's true. But he has to start asking us to question that, getting us to question it through these mind training exercises. Okay?
Yeah, that is, it feels really mind expanding. So I'm trying to hold on to the information and experience it at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, or just it's going in there and it's programming on a subconscious level. So the more you do this, even if you think you're not getting it, something's going in. And then demonstration, yesterday you had a miracle. That shows you that something's gone in over the last, well, you've been busy with this since whenever it was, July time. But actually the the intensity's just gone way up in the last 2 weeks. So
yeah, I feel like a shift has happened, so that's good.
Yeah, and it's the first of many. As your eyes open, literally, you start to see the real world. I mean, there's no going back. Like, why would I want the old world based on my past conditioning and programming when I could perceive the world in this way?
Yeah, it's just trying not to go back into the old thought system as frequently. Yeah.
Well, that's the mind training, and that's why we do the letting go practices. So just keep letting go, keep releasing, and you allow more of these kinds of miraculous experiences to come. And with enough mind training, that starts to become your default perception. You just see the world that way. It's the new normal. So you got a glimpse of your new normal. It might take you years to stabilize that. But then what else are you going to do with your life? Is there anything else you really want to be doing except going into your higher awareness and having those kinds of experiences?
Great.
Okay, so I'll guide you through this one. If you look at a cup, everyone's got a cup somewhere. Take a cup. Look at a cup. So ask yourself, do you really see the cup, or are you merely reviewing your past experiences? Picking up a cup, being thirsty, drinking from a cup, feeling the room of a cup against your lips, having breakfast, and so on. Think about it. Your reactions to that cup. Are you really seeing it, or is it all just programmed? You just drink from the cup because you know that you put stuff in it because you know it holds liquid. You drink from the cup, and you do all of that unconsciously, not even being aware of the cup. So are you really seeing the cup at all? Or is it just your past programming? It's just playing out all the time. And even your aesthetic reactions to the cup based on past experiences. Well, do I like that cup? Why did I choose this cup? There's like a couple of dozen cups could have chosen. Boy eraser. Why did I choose this cup as opposed to another one? So I like the color, like the phrase maybe takes me back to childhood. All of that was done unconsciously. I didn't consciously go, but something in me chose that cup as opposed to another one. Aesthetic reactions to the cup based on past experiences. How else would you know whether or not this kind of cup will break if you drop it? How do you know that this cup you can't drop, but a plastic cup you could? How would you know that unless you've had experience? What do you know about this cup except what you learned in the past? You have no idea what this cup is except for your past learning. And you can see that with babies. The first time they see something, they don't know what it is, do they? They're just feeling it, touch. They don't know it holds liquid. There's no interpretation. And then they have to see, experience, okay, well, I put stuff in it and then I can drink from it. And then they learn. But something of the essence of the cup is lost in that, isn't it? Because they're no longer open and expansive. They've closed their perception down. And gone, oh, that's a cup, that's what it's for. Okay, I can cease my exploration then. You see, because I know what it is. And this is what we've done. Our past experience has done that. And so now we arrive as adults and we think, oh, I've got it handled. I know what that's for, and I know what that's for. And I've got my whole kind of world organized quite tightly. And I think this is what adult is. I know what everything is. I understand it. I'm rational. And but we've actually closed down the awareness of the real world in doing this, which is a great loss. And we feel it. We feel in the disconnection. Because we're living in a conceptual world. It's our thoughts. We're living in this world of thought. Everything becomes just a thought. I don't really see the cup. I'm seeing what I think the cup is. I'm perceiving what I think it is based on my past conditioning and programming. So do we really see it then? Do you really see it or perceive it correctly? No, probably not. Does everyone kind of get this, where he's going with this exercise? And he's using the most simple object, like a cup, to train your mind, which is quite profound. And then he says, look about you.
I was going to say, I remember listening to Carol Howe talking about this, and she's saying, if you go to a museum of sort of old artifacts, you've no idea what they are unless you read the labels. Some old implement that used to be used. So, you have no preconceived ideas because it just doesn't mean anything to you. But we've with things that we're familiar with, we can we put all these meanings on them. I've been clearing on a cup today, actually, because it's been sitting on my windowsill unused and annoying me for quite some time. But I didn't want to let go of it, and I wasn't sure why. And I realised it was my mum's old cup, and it had robins on it. So it both my mum and my dad. And I cleared on all that. And now it's got different meaning, because Lynn and I went off to a bird sanctuary yesterday, and there was a robin there. And I thought, actually, I really appreciate that cup in a different way now.
Yeah.
It's amazing how you can completely change the meaning of the same object.
Yeah, exactly. So now you don't want to get rid of it. It's, actually appreciate it. You change the meaning.
Yeah. Even though it's, not
perfect experiences for this lesson. You've had the pen, you've had the cup, and, the Holy Spirit showing you, well, look, I'm helping you to apply this stuff through these, so-called experiences that you're having in this world. So something's afoot, as Sherlock Holmes would say.
I've got a bit of a
game
thing
is
going
afoot,
on.
Watson.
I've always liked to collect different cups and have a random collection of them, because I think they hold memories and they're interesting and what have you. And now I'm realizing there's so much stuff with them that it's not necessarily positive. Sorry, I've got my video off. And the one that I use all the time.
Reminding yourself of the past, aren't you?
Well, that's right. So I've got a great big cup, which I perceive as being rather a useful size, but that came from one of my tenants left it in the flat when she left, and she was a bit of an annoying tenant. So every time I use it, I've got a memory of her. And yet I perceive it as being, an appropriate sized cup. But yeah, I think I'm going to go to Marks and Spencer's and just buy some neutral cups.
Or you could just change your perception, do just the forgiveness and clear on the cup and go, well, okay, I'm not seeing the past in this. I don't have that past association anymore. I can let that go and just see it as it is. If you focus purely present and you just observe the cup and you go into this is what sort of the Vipassana methodology is. You just observe sensation, the cup. You're bringing yourself much more into the present.
Yes,
it's not a story there anymore. Just okay, I'm just perceiving the cup, and you could actually have, like babies do. That's quite a profound experience. They could spend half an hour just feeling a cup and looking at it and being like, "What's this?" And then the cup that's got a different meaning.
Yeah.
So
that's it. And getting rid of all the negative associations. That's just more conditioning that's going, isn't it? More past memories and negativity.
And you're using the cup to help you do it, because the cup brings it up, and then you've got the past, and you realize, but the past isn't true. That's just another false experience in a false world, and there's no evidence that even happened. You have a memory the tenant left. There's no evidence that even happened, is there? It's just a memory now in your mind. You really have to start questioning this fabric of reality we've woven. It's like, well, what even tells you that it happened? It's just a memory. How do you know the whole thing? If it was all false, it was just a dream, You've got a memory of a dream that never happened. And this is so-called governing your present reality. It's crazy.
Whereas I have a memory that she wrecked my kitchen, which is still wrecked.
Yeah.
But, you know, who knows what benefit might come from that, you know, further down the line.
A memory of a dream. That's all it is. But a memory of a dream that never happened. That's what the past is.
Yeah.
So how real is that? Is that what you want to let direct your life, your present moment experience? A memory of a dream that never happened, or are you open to an awareness coming in that is beyond the dream, that can then interpret all of your current, you know, the experience that you're having currently? It can interpret for you in a way that is happy, peaceful, joyful, and does not hold you into time. It won't bind you into time. It will free you. And that's the miracle. When you're in that miracle-minded state, you're in the holy instant. You're not bound in time anymore. You're in the eternal now, and your experience of life is the optimal one. You're happy, you're peaceful, you're free, you're much more effective than you'll be if you're bound by the past. And you're not creating more karma. You're not going to keep yourself here by keep replaying the old stories. You don't accumulate anything else. So you're purely present, you're free, and in that state, you know, you can be truly happy, peaceful, and very effective. In that state, that's the flow state. In that state, you're not governed by the past at all. So you're completely open, spontaneous, creative. You can do anything. Whatever the inspiration is, it can download and it can come through you. And the more you do that, the more the spirit goes, oh, there's a willing channel here. Okay, well, let's just give it that. And now you become the avatar who is just being downloaded. You're downloading from spirit, you know, the infinite intelligence, and it is directing your thoughts and your words and your actions. And it's not really you doing it. That past programming is gone. And this is where he leaves us. He leaves us and he says, this is where I leave you, in the charge of this higher self and the Holy Spirit, which will reinterpret everything for you. And this can be, you know, how your life experiences. And in time, God takes the final step. You don't have to worry about that. Just stay in this state. This is the enlightened state. It's the best you can do while you're still in time and space. So that's the end outcome. That's what he's training our minds to experience, not just once off, but consistently experience this as our new kind of normal default state of perception. And that's why we're doing this extensive mind training, so we can get into that state more and more, remain in that state, and you know, not be we don't have to suffer in that state. Everything's okay. It's a happy dream. It's not ultimate reality, but it's okay for a while. Don't have to run away from it. Just let it all unfold, be guided, and you can do it fairly happily and peacefully, which is you know, a great change from the ego. It's offering. Let's go back to here. So then he just asks us to do it with everything. You know? So just look at everything and say, I see, perceive, and just one more time, spend a minute, look around, do it for maybe a dozen objects. I see or perceive only the past in this. Look at whatever, pencil, pen, hand, wall, mirror, light, computer, phone. Just slowly and deliberately, I see or perceive. Use perceive, actually. I perceive only the past in this, and then name it. And then just move on. So don't have to linger, just a few seconds, and then you move on. Don't select anything particularly. Don't ignore anything particularly. Just glance briefly each subject, then move on. So deliberately casual, you know, not too much effort going in. He's trying to train us that it doesn't take a lot of effort for a miracle. It's just changing your awareness. It's not an efforting thing. Just do a simple exercise, change your awareness, and then everything can change. It's actually very simple. So Susie, you mentioned the trying hard program. This is not trying hard, are you? You're not having to try hard to do these exercises. It's actually really easy. It's just very casual. Just do the exercise for a minute or two and then let it go. No big deal or fuss. This is opposite to the way the ego works. And he goes, oh no, to learn this, it's got to be really hard work. You got to really try hard, and that's actually counterproductive. 3 or 4 practice periods. So you've done one now. If you did one this morning, just try and do another one this evening, and maybe one before bed, and then you're done for the day, and you've done done the reprogramming, and then you move on to the next lesson. Okay, so any questions about this lesson, comments? It's quite a profound one. A nice summary of the previous 6. So. Okay then, so that's another little section done. So what I wanted to do now was have a look at today's, it actually was not today's, it's yesterday's text read. Oh, actually we haven't done the email. So let's just have a quick look at that. Not very long. Just the quote for today. We've got a quote there. We'll do that, and then we'll go into the text reading from yesterday, which is Special Principles of Miracle Workers, which isn't too long. It's actually fairly short, so we should be done maybe an hour. Okay, so who would like to read the quote? The process of letting go.
I can read that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I can get it up. Yes. Today's quote from, in the process of letting go, you will lose many things from the past, but you will find yourself. Back opera.
Kind of what's been happening for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like
absolutely.
losing the memories from the past, but are these things you really want to keep? Were they positive or just false programming? And you need to let go of the past to find yourself, your true self. You will not find it in the past conditioning. The past conditioned self is not yourself.
Yeah. It's interesting actually, because even positive memories, like I've kept things from when the children were young, and not as much as I did have clothes and a few old toys and certificates and things like that, but all that is kind of a bit irrelevant because they're not the same people anymore. It just everything's changed.
Nostalgia, isn't it? That's nostalgia. It's like, oh, those were good times, so I want to hold on to the stuff that reminds me of those experiences. But that's still the past. Maybe a more positive version of the past, but the ego's cunning. It'll keep you in the past still. It makes the past real. What we're trying to get to in your mind is that the past does not exist at all. So there's no trauma, there's no nostalgia, right? All of those memories are erased. They're not true. Ultimately, you'll still have, while you're still human, those memories will probably still be there, but it's the meaning you give to them that's important, isn't it? Okay, so you remember you had children and there were those times, but are you dwelling on that and going, oh, those were good times? Or are you just going, no, I'm just purely present now. My kids are grown up. I'm connecting with them as adults. So it frees you to be purely present. You're not seeking some kind of satisfaction in the past, because that's all nostalgia is. I want to somehow relive those good times and re-experience it now. But it's a mockery, really. It's a pale shadow of if the experience was really good and you were in flow, it's a pale shadow of that, isn't it? It's not really, it can't match a moment of pure presence right now, of what you could be experiencing right now, just in the present moment, just as you are. The nostalgia can't come close to that. So why allow it? Why entertain it? Because you're just blocking. The more you go there, the more you block the flow of the divine right now into your experience.
But really, the less stuff you have, the better, isn't it? You just don't really need very much stuff. It all is memory and heavy energy and
big most spiritual teachers and teachings, they focus on minimalism. It's like, just clear out the clutter. Letting go of clutter is a spiritual path. It's a guy, I listened to his YouTube video a while ago. And he was a whole normal, he was in his 20s, he was quite successful, he's making money, so he's just accumulating clutter. And then he went to his mum passed away, and he went to clean out her house, and he said it was quite an exercise, because she had just so much. Every room, every drawer was just filled with clutter, and it made him realize, like, what was it all for? Now she's gone. And so he went back, to his, and he just started cleaning clutter. And he said it was profound, because he changed as he did it. It was like his spiritual practice. He was letting go of attachments. He was letting go of the past and of the the value, the meaning he'd given to all that stuff. And he said it started to change him. He started to become more aware. He sort of got on some kind of spiritual path. And eventually quit his job and started some website called We Are Minimalists or something like that, which was all about teaching this to people. I mean, in America, they need it, because it's clutter. I mean, it's such a consumer society. Everyone's just buying stuff. They're thinking it's going to make them happy. And he's giving a message into that profoundly materialistic culture, saying, let's go the opposite way, guys. We need to reverse this. And you can probably get rid of 90% of your stuff. You don't need it. And that will also do the thing for the planet, because then we're not producing all this rubbish that has to go into people's houses and clutter it up, and taking all the resources to do that, because we just don't need it. So just decluttering his life took him on quite a profound path of spiritual growth, and in the right direction towards enlightenment. And his purpose then unfolded. He started a new business to spread the message based on his personal experience. So that's that's how it works. So this path describes what the path of letting go can feel like. You're losing things you value based on your past experiences. And the ego doesn't like that. So the ego tries to hold on. But Deepak's reminding us that following it diligently will help you find your true self. Your self could actually be capitalized, capital self. What's left? What must be a true self? What else would remain? So it's that idea again of cutting away. You're shaving away the past and the past conditioning to reveal the truth that's within you. As Michelangelo, said, I sculpted the David by just taking away what wasn't David. So it's the same thing. And that is then removing the karma, isn't it? Karma is just thoughts and emotions that are based on the past, which then come and they influence the present and the future. Well, you cut away the karma, you reveal the true self, then there's no karma left. Well, there's no need to come back as a false self with all of that heavy baggage of the past. If it's gone, you've removed it, and then the timeline doesn't have to repeat. You don't have to come back and have another go and bring all of your stuff from the past back into it, because you cut that all away in this life, and you freed yourself from all that, so you can be free just to remain in pure formless awareness of perfect love and nothing else. Yeah, does it make sense? So the development of trust, only seems you're being asked to give something of value, but as he explains in the development of trust, section 4.1a of the manual for teachers, if you're interested, the link's there, and go and check it out. You can learn this only as he actually does give up the valueless. John, do you want to read that?
Yeah. So he can learn this. He can learn this only as he actually does give up the valueless. Through this, he learns that where he anticipated grief, he finds a happy lightheartedness instead. Where he thought something was asked of him, he finds a gift bestowed on him.
So as we actually do give up the valueless, then experientially we start to know, okay, well, actually it was valueless because look, I'm feeling happier, more light-hearted, freer, more peaceful. And actually this is a great gift and a blessing. So I'm very grateful. But we can only do that when we do it. Saying it won't happen if you don't choose to give it up. So there's a degree of faith, Yeshua's advising us to do that, to let it go. We have to follow in order to get the experience of the gift, the blessing that comes. Otherwise, we'll never know it because we never had the courage to say, okay, I'm willing to give this a go and trust, see how this goes. As he actually does give up the valueless in our minds, those attachments to things, we find freedom, a happy lightheartedness, everything's okay. We're not bound by these fetters, which are in our own minds. The attachment is only in your own mind. You've given it the value that it has for you. You've given it the meaning it has for you, as lesson 2 says. So therefore, only you can change that meaning.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because, here I am sitting in a room and there's a little mirror up there. And it's a mirror that was given to me 20 years ago by an old friend who's now dead. And I like it as a mirror. And it just has this pleasant feel to it. I don't find myself dwelling on him, but it just this pleasantness about it being something that was given by an old friend. And over here, you probably can't see, it's a painting done by my cousin's wife, who I'm very fond of.
And we can see more clearly.
And over here, there's a painting that was painted by Sue's dad. They're not items that I spend a lot of time nostalgically looking at. They are items that just give me I'm going to put something on the wall. I do need a mirror. They just have very, very kind of comfortable connections.
Yeah. There's a reference to the past.
Well, they all do have a reference to the past. Yeah.
So what might happen if you drop those and you open yourself up to a fresh perception of them? What might happen?
Yeah.
You might see it completely new. So practice that. Say, okay, well, I can drop the past association. Am I really seeing this as it is now?
Yeah.
Am I just seeing it through that conditioning? In your case, the conditioning is quite positive, So for most people, they go, well, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. But do it as an exercise. You say, okay, well, let's see. If I dropped all of that and I just sit and I do an open-eyed meditation in front of one of those for a few minutes and see what happens, you might be quite surprised.
Yeah.
What shows itself.
Mm.
That's more than you could see, because your past, pleasant, comfortable perception was nostalgia, and it's still the past.
Mm.
And remember that, so that seems to be positive, but that still believing in the past, that keeps the past traumas and difficulties you've had also intact in your mind.
Mm.
Because you're believing in the past. Well, then if the past happened, there's
Yeah.
good stuff, but there's also the bad stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a profound reprogramming he's doing. He's asking us to perceive everything differently, even the so-called good stuff, because even the good stuff is still illusion. Those people, those experiences, if it's he's got a good decision rule. I think he puts it in this particular section. He says if it's something is permanent, then it's of value. And if something is not permanent, it's temporary, then it is of no value at all. That's quite a definition, isn't it? But actually he's correct. Because if it's temporary, why would you value something that's temporary? It's not going to last. Is it? So then you're putting value on what's temporary, not what's eternal. Which keeps you away from the eternal the more you do that.
Is it not, with regards to what John's just said, it sounds like they are loving memories. So is that not a positive, eternal thing? If it's, if you have love for the person, if it brings up feelings of love rather than feelings of trauma or negativity or anything, is that?
Well, do the inquiry, John. Is it? What do you feel? Is it an unconditional love arising? Is it just nostalgia? Oh, I remember those were good times, and you go back into the past, and you remember you had nice times with that friend. There was a good connection with them. Do the inquiry and open it up and go, okay, so maybe if I don't see it just as I've always seen it, I open myself up for something different to come in.
I'll do that actually.
And see what happens.
Yeah.
On a similar line, I've got a bit of a dilemma because I was at my uncle's funeral last week and met up with cousins and aunts and uncles I hadn't seen in some cases for a couple of decades. And one of the things that we got talking about was the family tree, because my dad had done a lot of work on that, and I've got a lot of information. And I'm quite keen. I'm keen to sort of stay connected to these people, which is not the dead ones from the past, but the current relatives who are still alive. We've sort of somehow just managed to not have a reason to stay in touch because everyone's got their separate lives. But somehow keeping that past in the present keeps us connected, and it's a loving connection. So I'm thinking that actually it's a positive thing because of the connection it keeps me with the people in the present. But even though the subject matter is the past, and we're looking at dead people who aren't around anymore. But I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, this present love, what he's trying to do here, remember, is unprogram it. He's all done to the undoing of the ego and reprogramming us so we can open to unconditional love and we can experience that. So those, once you've done that reprogramming, it doesn't mean you just suddenly become a vegetable and all of your memories disappear. They're there, but you interpret them differently. They're interpreted from a loving perspective now. Loving awareness is reinterpreting everything. Because some people get very scared of the course. They go, well, I'm going to become a vegetable. I'm not going to be able to function because everything's going to go and I'll forget everything. And that's not the case. You'll actually still have your memories, but the memories are reinterpreted. So they don't have any power to hurt you anymore. They're reinterpreted through loving awareness.
Yeah.
And then that's fine. Okay, the memory's there. You don't make it real. You're not attached to it. But you still remember, and you can still talk if you're with those people. You're not going to go, oh, well, the past never happened. No, you talk to them, but there's a connection. That's the purpose is, because I think you're crazy. They'll think that the loving awareness, but the loving awareness is now directing it, and so that connection very presently is bringing you into connection with Source through the loving awareness that you're feeling and you're extending to them, and that's what the Holy Spirit's directing, without any of that past programming and conditioning and negativity. So it's like you're cleaning away all of that, and then the past remains in your memory, but without any of the negative associations. So you're free of it. You're not programmed by it anymore. You can access it if you need to, but it's not something it all comes back to the self-concept. Does it influence your self-concept, you see? That's what it comes down to. So you can have a memory of the past. It's like, okay, well, I can download that memory into my central processing unit, if you want to use computer language, and I can access it if I need it. But I'm just able to observe it like anything else. I'm in an aware state. I'm not identifying with that. There's no programming around it. I'm not going, oh, that was me, and I've got nostalgia or negativity or any of that. It's just, okay, I can access the memory, but it's done in the state of presence, loving awareness, which then becomes your default, state of awareness, within which everything then is okay. The memory is then not harmful.
I had an interesting surprise the other day. I have a couple of boxes stashed away of old photographs from years and years and years ago. And I include my grandfathers and great grandmothers and things like that. And there's only me who knows who they are. And I look at these boxes sometimes. I think, well, next winter I'll sort that lot out and put them in album. And then I thought, well, to myself, well, why would I do that? Who am I doing it for? Because when I die, nobody will know who they are.
Tomorrow.
Exactly. But isn't that interesting? So they had lives, these characters. When they were alive, everyone knew them. They had an identity. They had a life. Now no one remembers them. Only you do. You've gone. No one remembers them.
But I thought, well, hang on. I do have two daughters, and I'll ask them. So I asked my eldest daughter. I said, look, and my eldest daughter Megan has hardly ever asked me anything about my past, right? And I said, look, Megan, I've got these old photographs. There's a couple of family trees. When I die, they won't mean anything to anybody else. Do you want one or two of them? Are you interested at all? I suspect you're not. And she said, oh, well, and we had a conversation around it. And I told her about two or three of the characters from the distant past. And she got very interested. And what she was interested in is not so much the family tree and the pictures, but the characters. So what we will do is we'll just go through some of these pictures, and I'll make sure she gets the pictures of the characters. And that will be a connecting moment.
So then there's loving awareness that's between her and
and really I'll sort the rest out.
It's not really.
I had this conversation, John, last week, and one of the other women who actually has married into the family and is one of the others leading the research. She says, "Oh, I just wish everybody would write on the back of photographs who the person is, because that's it. You don't need to put it in albums. Just write on the back, and then anyone further down the line. And it's and interesting. It's my cousin's daughter who lives in New Zealand. She's very keen. She's only in her early 20s, and she says, "I love this stuff. Just send it all to me." So you just never know who's going to be interested and how the connections will form. When my dad used to tell me about this stuff, I couldn't have been less interested. And now suddenly I'm going, "This is pretty good."
Because it's the past, and I'm not interested in the past. These characters. But isn't it interesting? So they had these entire lives. They had all their story and their drama. Now, no one remembers who they are when you've gone. And said, no one's going to remember. People could look at those photos and they have no idea who the person was. The entire personal identity, which is so important to them, is gone. No one cares. No one knows. So, was it ever real? No. All that's going to be left. Eckhart Tolle says it beautifully. Of all your fears and your drama, is a dash between the date of birth and the date of death on your gravestone. That's all. It's the entire life. Dash. It's for the ego, he says that's depressing, but for you, the true self, it's liberating. So, oh my God, all of it's just nothing. It's just this like little dash.
But I think that's relevant to the fears and the drama, but to the loving impact you can have. And I saw that last Wednesday. Everybody was very fond of my uncle, and it was a very emotional day. But the stuff that was said, and sometimes people say things at funerals, but it actually felt true. To have had that level of impact, and there were eulogies that really were true, and it was love, pure love. It was just fantastic. So it's a good lesson to think about.
Well, and that's the only reason, isn't it? And the only purpose is that made his life meaningful, because he obviously had quite a lot of connection to source, and he allowed that to come through. And that's what everyone remembers. They don't remember accomplishments, how much money he made, where he lived, status, none of that. They remember the loving connections, and what he brought into people's lives, which is love.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason, the only purpose why you're here. It's a delusion, is to be in that loving awareness and express it and extend it. And there is no other. Everything else is meaningless.
Absolutely.
Which you see, when it comes to death.
Donna, you're disappearing into complete darkness. I don't know if you've got a light.
Yeah. I probably can sort that out. Give me a moment. I'm getting a bit gloomy. There we go. Is that better?
There we are. That's better. I put a light on somehow, hoping it would light you up, but it didn't.
No. Let there be light. Okay. So very, very interesting. Very interesting lesson. And this is the first of many time ideas in the workbook. He'll do this more, but it's about starting to unprogram our minds from the default linear perception that time is real, that there's a past and now there's a present and there's a future. We're on the timeline. It's trying to scramble all that up, interrupt the pattern, and say, okay, just by a simple exercise of saying I see only the past in this cup or whatever, you're starting to question that programming, and you're starting to interrupt the pattern of the ego. So that's the methodology here. Certainly in the first part of the workbook, first half, interrupt the pattern of the ego and help you to start questioning and therefore letting go of the beliefs that make up your default thought system, which is the ego. And he does it ingeniously. It's just lesson by lesson, just dropping in these little mind training exercises. And if you keep doing them, you find that stuff starts happening. Your mind certainly starts changing quite profoundly. Any of you, some of you have done the workbook before, so you'll know that. But hopefully this year we'll do it at another level. And if you incorporate the text in it, it's like just deep reprogramming, so that the default program no longer runs you. It's like you're actually free to be tapped into spirit, to download what you need in the moment by moment, and it's going to direct you moment by moment without reference to the past conditioning. Doesn't mean you lose all of your skills. You still have all of that you've learned, but it's the interpretation based on the past that's the problem. See, it's the self-concept that's rooted in the past that he's trying to get rid of. So remember that it's not like you're going to become a vegetable and you're not going to be able to function. You still retain the skills, etc., that you learned, but you don't interpret them from the perspective of the the past conditioned self, the self-concept. And that's what he's trying to remove. Because that past self-concept will misuse them. It will misuse every situation, and it will limit you. So you're not then open to the miracle, which is present. And that's unfolding moment by moment in your life. Okay, so any other comments, questions, thoughts?
I'll just throw one thing in on that, and that is that when I have found myself thinking about the past, sometimes I've asked myself the question, well, what could I have done differently? And sometimes I get quite interesting answers. And then I ask the question, well, how can I apply that in my life today? And it can be quite invigorating in a curious way, because asking that question, I do get answers that open me up. Yeah, because I could have done something very differently that would have not gone through my mind at that time. And I can see how that would have made big differences. But then when I ask the question, well, how can I do that? What is it that I would have done, and how can I do it now in my life? It does open up ideas, but it is starting from the past.
Yeah. So he's meeting us where we are. He says, okay, this is where you think you are. Let's start reprogramming questioning some of these fundamental assumptions with these simple exercises. Start undoing the way we currently think, so that we open ourselves up to the new thought system, which is the Holy Spirit, which will be crowded out by the egos. You know, the two can't coexist in your mind. It's going to be one or the other. So remember, part 1 of the workbook is the undoing of the way you currently see. And then part 2 is the acquisition of true perception. The focus is more on replacing with the Holy Spirit in part 2. So this is very much about undoing an old programming. And so, you know, with those objects, you don't have to lose the positive association. Just practice going, okay, well, if I let those go, what else can come through? And you might find more, you know, because there's still a limit. You weren't maybe seeing, you're still not seeing truly, though it's a pleasant association. You know, that table can reveal, as he says in one of the lessons, that table can reveal the entire meaning of the universe to you. The table can take you to enlightenment if you perceive it correctly. So anything can you know give you a profound experience if you allow it. So yeah, just explore, you know, go sit with it, do an open-eyed meditation on one of those for a few minutes and apply the lesson I see in the past. Let it go and see what happens. And just observe, okay, so is anything else coming in? And you might find something being revealed to you that's quite profound. Okay, any other comments on the lesson, questions on that one? Otherwise, we have a little bit of the text to do. It's not too much. I think there's 8 principles. So if everyone's up for that, if you need to go, then you know, by all means. But otherwise, we'll just crack on. We're about the time of an evening session anyway. So let's carry on and do that, shall we? I'm just going to share my screen. Let's get function of the miracle worker up. Okay, so I thought we would do special principles of miracle workers. This is actually yesterday's text reading but there's some good stuff in it, and it's a lot shorter than the one for today. Will be another 3 hours if we did that one. So let's just do this one, I think. So there's a few principles, pretty simple. These are similar to the principles of miracles in section 1 of chapter 1. It's kind of a corollary to that, really. Special principles of miracle workers or correction makers, as our translation goes. Okay, so just read. Who wants to read number 1? Paragraph 1. I think read it in the original, and then each sentence just drop down to the alternative and read that.
Okay, I'll go if that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay. The miracle abolishes the need for lower order concerns, since it is an outer pattern.
Okay, so then read the alternative, the correction.
Oh,
yeah, we're reading
one by one, right?
Yeah, one sentence at a time.
The correction abolishes the need for lower order concerns.
Okay. So what does he mean by lower order concerns?
I think just what we experience in the ego domain.
Yeah,
or just
lower order
day-to-day.
ego, it's the domain of the ego consciousness. So that's time, space, form, body concerns that are of a lower order.
Okay.
So you don't need those lower order concerns once the correction has happened. Okay, carry on.
Since it is an outer pattern time interval, the ordinary considerations of time and space do not apply. Since it is an outer pattern time interval, the ordinary considerations of time and space do not apply.
It's an outer pattern time interval. So it's not the normal pattern of the ego. It's not linear time. So what you're doing, if you have a look at timeline of consciousness, you look at what happens. You go up and out of the pattern, right? You're going out of the linear time. You're going into eternity, which interrupts the default pattern of the ego, doesn't it? So it interrupts the pattern. So it's not under the normal laws, time and space. It's not on the linear timeline. It doesn't operate on that level. It operates on the transcendent level. It operates vertically, if you want to look at, this is the vertical dimension as opposed to the horizontal dimension. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Oh, so vertical goes up, above, out of pattern, out of the ego's normal pattern, which is past conditioning, controls your current perception of it. If you had a trauma, then you experience whatever the situation is, potentially another trauma, you experience it from that perspective, and then it projects it into the future and says, well, the future is likely to be the same or worse. The Holy Spirit interrupts that whole pattern, scrambles it up and says, no, actually you can go above all of this. You can go into this transcendent awareness that is not subject to this seemingly linear cause-effect progression that the ego has told you is true. It abolishes the need for lower order concerns, and the ordinary considerations of time and space do not apply. So remember that. Often we say a miracle is impossible because that can't happen, but we are basing that on our existing laws of time and space that we think are real. But is by definition not bound by those laws, because it goes beyond those laws into what is eternal, what is beyond time, timeless, and pure formless awareness, the eternal now, He is not bound by these normal laws of time and space, which is what he's saying. Okay, is that clear?
Yeah, that's clear.
All right,
Enough. When you perform a miracle, I will arrange both time and space to adjust it. When you perform a correction, I will arrange both time and space to adjust to it. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe instead of perform, because the performing, I've never been that comfortable with that language. When you make a correction, because that's all you're asked to do. And the correction is in your own mind. So you let go of something that's, so you make a correction. I will arrange both time and space to adjust to it. So he's talking about, the Christ mind here, not Yeshua as any kind of, super uber personal God type figure. So we might want to change that to not the Christ, the true self. We'll arrange both time and space to adjust to it. So this true self is the Christ, which then has the power to rearrange time and space, because it's the self that is not bound by time and space, obviously. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
To adjust to it. So time and space, these kinds of factors can start to flex. They're not absolute, they're relative. As Einstein saw, his theory of relativity was tapping into the relative nature of space and time. So they can flex, they can change, and very often do. If anyone's ever had weird experiences of time and space that didn't make sense, then you know what I mean. It's like, that doesn't make sense by the so-called laws of time and space, but yet it happened. So how does that happen? It's because miracles are not bound by those laws. I've had coins manifest in my pocket, in my wallet, which shouldn't have been there. I've had Course in Miracles book appearing in the boot of my car when I'd left it in a school hall, and my keys were locked. Car keys were locked away the whole day. How do these out of pattern things happen except by miracles? There's no logical explanation for them. And if one of those is true, which you know it is because you've experienced it, then there's something else going on. The laws of time and space don't always hold. There must be something else. There must be another reality. Which is why the scientific materialists are so insistent. They will deny every miracle, because one miracle that's true denies the entire thought system, doesn't it? Okay, well, then it's possible to go out of time and space. So they have to deny, even if it's so obvious, the evidence is there, is in the person's experience. You have to deny it and try and maintain a belief in this flatland worldview, which is linear time space, and that there's some kind of true life here, existence, and this is worthwhile to be living in time and space as a seeming body on the timeline. So they're defending that identity and the reality that it's created, which is all the red stuff. Which yes, just saying to us, look, you don't really want that. You don't need that. You don't want it. Let it go. Okay. So we want to summarize number one. What's he said there? Summary.
The miracles were corrections with the needs of ego concerns. it's an outer pattern time interval, meaning that it's not time and space bound. Like we would, consider, day-to-day occurrences, happenings, etc. So if a miracle correction happens, it abolishes the laws of what we know as time reality. So, and how this happens, or how correction happens, is the true self arranging time and space to adjust it.
So we're going to do a little summary. A miracle and correction can lead to events and circumstances that do not follow the laws of time and space. And I can free myself. So I'm going to make corrections. I'm opening to time, space being adjusted to help me in learning environment, something like that. Yeah, just a kind of a key takeaway summary, personalized executive summary, we call it. Okay,
Yeah,
so read that. A correction can lead to.
I was just thinking, it helped me learn to connect to my true self, become closer to my true self.
Yeah, to help me, maybe we should say, to help me identify more with my true self. So it's the same as the at-one-ment, but okay, so that's we'll just whack that in down here. Summary. All right, so moving on to number 2.
Okay, Jono, I'm gonna drop off now.
Yeah. Okay.
Before I load shedding stuff. Thanks.
Load shedding
everyone.
Stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Cheers. Bye.
Namaste. All right. So number 2, clear distinction between what is created and what is made is essential.
Yeah. A clear distinction between what is created and what is made is essential. All forms of healing rest on this fundamental correction in level perception. Alternatively, a clear distinction between what is extended and what is made essential. All forms of healing rest on this fundamental correction in level perception.
Yeah.
So between truth and illusion.
Yeah. What is extended, created, comes from truth. That's extended from love. What is made is from the ego. The separate self has made it up as a substitute for the truth.
When
All
it says
forms of knowledge.
essential, does it just mean that we feel it's essential?
No, it means it is essential. Clear distinction between what is extended and what is made is essential. So, if we're going to heal our minds and atone, become one again, know who we really are as the true self, this is essential. We must make a clear distinction.
Oh, a clear distinction is essential. All right, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, the clear distinction is essential.
All right.
Which is what the mind training is about. It's saying you must be able to distinguish between the ego's thought system and the Holy Spirit's thought system. Otherwise, you're going to be confused forever, and you're not going to be able to make any kind of clear choices because you're confusing what's false and what's true. And that's really the essential, the essence. Use the word essential again in another form. That's the essence of this teaching. You must be able to distinguish between truth and illusion. And the training is helping you to do that. Because once you know the difference, you don't get confused, then the next step is obvious, isn't it? Well, you choose to let go of valuing what's false, what you recognize as illusion, and what remains is the truth. But if you get confused as to what's what, then you don't know what to let go of and what to keep.
Mm.
So the training is to help you to distinguish, make that clear distinction in your mind between what is extended and what is made. And that can be quite tricky because we're living in time with time-space considerations and form. And we get confused. We think very often that what is false is true, and what is true is denied, and so it's become false to us. And he's got to reverse that thinking in our minds and help us make the clear distinction. So how do you personalize summary of that? Something like my healing
depends on the truth.
Yeah, on my ability, on my ability to distinguish what is true and false. Really. This fundamental correction in level perception. My ability to distinguish what is true and false clearly. Do we need to say anything more than that? I think I kind of gets it. Happy with that summary, or do you want to put anything else in?
No, I just wondered, do you need clearly on the bottom? Is it not just distinguish between what's true and false?
Well, it's sort of the distinguish, it's sort of clearly distinguish. Splits an infinitive there, which isn't great, but it sounds better. To distinguish clearly, to clearly distinguish. Shouldn't really split infinitive, should you? Ability to distinguish clearly what is true and what is false. So the correction, using highfalutin language, a correction in level perception, that's what it means.
Mm.
You know what's true and what's false, and what is false would then be at the lower level. You'd see it for what it is. Okay, so I'll whack that in there. Then level adjustment power, where we number 3. So never confuse right and wrong-mindedness. Elaine, you read that for us?
Never confuse right-mindedness and wrong-mindedness. Responding to any form of error with anything except a desire to heal is an expression of this confusion.
Okay. Confuse right-mindedness and wrong-mindedness. And accept the desire to heal is an expression of this confusion. So if I respond to any form of error, someone's made an error, they've said I've done something my ego doesn't like, and I feel like, well, I want to get revenge, or I want to punish them, angry with them, anything except a desire to heal is an expression of this confusion. Then I'm confused. So how would we phrase that in summary? How about if I respond to any mistake to any mistake made by anyone, including myself, I confuse right-mindedness wrong-mindedness and am making a mistake myself. Mistake or error? Do you want to use error? Is error better than mistake? Mistake makes it a bit more kind of colloquial, maybe. What do you think? Error or mistake?
Error.
I quite like a mistake, actually.
I think that the idea of the executive summary is just make it a bit more like normal. You know, if I respond to any mistake made by anyone, I confuse right-mindedness with wrong-mindedness, and I am making a mistake myself. So I'm wrong, and I'm wrong, making a mistake myself. I think that's pretty clear. So then we lose our ability to distinguish truth from illusion. We make our mistake ourselves. If someone's done something, bad, and you get angry, and maybe you think, well, I want to get back at them, I want revenge, I want to punish them, or God will punish them, or whatever. That's an expression of wrong-mindedness. And then you have no clear distinction anymore between the thoughts. And you're confused between the wrong-mindedness and right-mindedness again. Okay. So happy with number 3. Number 4. The miracle is, who wants to read that? Christine, can you read for us? Going to happen at any minute. Okay, well, better jump in then. No time like the present. It's only one couple of lines. So if we can get it done. All right, and then it kicked in. All right, let's try. John, do you want to read number 4? Miracles always.
Yeah. Could you? Oh, okay. Only right-mindedness can correct in a way that has any really.
Missed out the first.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
Miracles always
Yeah.
a denial.
Yeah. Okay. The miracle is always a denial of this error and an affirmation of the truth. Only right-mindedness can correct in a way that has any real effect. Pragmatically, what has no real effect has no real existence. Its effect then is emptiness. Being without substantial content, it lends itself to projection.
Okay. So thoughts on that? Let's do the alternative.
Yeah. The correction is always a denial of this error and an affirmation of the truth. Only right-mindedness can correct in a way that has any real effect. Pragmatically, what has no real effect has no real existence. In effect,
Its effect.
Its effect then is emptiness. Being without substantial content, it lends itself to projection.
Okay, so what's he saying there in summary?
Only when we respond from our true self do we have any impact on anyone or anything.
Respond from her. True impact. Okay, perhaps there's a bit more there. Any right-mindedness can correct in a way that has any real effect. Have a true impact on anyone or anything. Respond, how might we say, right-mindedly. When I might perceive and respond right-mindedly on my true self, and I have a true impact on anyone or anything. So maybe just say something about what has no real effect has no real existence. Effect has no real existence. So it is an empty projection or something. It is an empty projection. True effect, maybe. But there's no real effect. No. Let's call it real, then we've got consistency of a real effect. What has no real effect has no real existence, so it's an empty projection. Is an empty projection of my ego, my wrong mind. Yeah? Do you want to read that from the top? Are you happy with that?
Yeah, only when I perceive and respond right-mindedly from my true self can I have a real effect on anyone or anything. What has no real effect has no real existence. So it is merely an empty projection of my own mind.
My wrong mind, yeah.
Of my wrong mind.
Yeah. Okay, happy with that?
Yeah.
Right, so number 5, the level adjustment power of a miracle. Who wants to read that? Sally, Jackie, who's still on the call?
Jackie's gone dog walking. So which one are we on? Number 5.
Yeah, the level adjustment power.
The level adjustment power of the miracle induces the right perception for healing. Until this has occurred, healing cannot be understood. Forgiveness is an empty gesture unless it entails correction. Without this, it is essentially judgmental rather than healing. Okay, alternatively,
Okay.
the level adjustment power of the correction induces the right perception for healing.
Okay, understand what he's saying there. Level
Power.
adjustment power.
What's the power, level adjustment power then?
So it means that we don't get caught at the wrong level of thinking. So it adjusts our mind to another level.
Okay.
So I make a correction, it takes me up out of the level of time and space,
Yeah.
into the level of eternity and pure formless awareness of perfect love. So it's a vertical, that's why he talks about levels. It's like a vertical shift out of time space. You go on the vertical dimension. So that's the level adjustment power of the correction will induce the right perception for healing. So what have you done? You've gone up out of that. You've gone into awareness. You've gone out of the ego's thought system temporarily. And then what returns, now you come back and you perceive that situation. The right perception is now coming from the higher level, your higher awareness. So that's the return error. And now you perceive the situation differently. So this is what he means by level adjustment. You're not perceiving it from the lower level anymore. You're perceiving it from the higher level. Holy Spirit perceiving it, which then corrects. That process is the correction. And you've done a correction, and he's saying, till this has occurred, healing cannot be understood. Okay, fine. So he's saying healing cannot happen if you remain on the same level. Right? It only happens when you go to the vertical dimension. You go above thinking, and then you bring it back into your perception of that situation. That alone is worthy of the name healing. Other forms, if someone's just trying to heal the body with some magic, then there's no level adjustment going on, is there? It's just flat on the level of time space. So there's no possibility for a miracle there. It's just magic. And then there isn't going to be a real shift in that person's mindset. You might temporarily heal the physical condition, but the mind remains unhealed. So healing cannot be understood until this has occurred. So you're only going to understand healing if you do this vertical stretch process, which is what he's training us to do. The radical forgiveness. He's always going into this and saying, right, I'm letting this all go. None of it is true. And I'm able to go, even briefly, into the state, the timeless state of pure formless awareness. Now I rest there for a while and I come back. And even a glimpse, even a few moments of that is enough to correct your perception of the situation, isn't it? Now it comes down and your perspective has changed. You have that moment of timeless awareness, comes back, your perspective has changed, and it's been level adjusted. Instead of just perceiving it from this level of the ego, you're perceiving it from the higher level, which is the Christ mind, the one self, which then does the reinterpretation, which is the Holy Spirit, that can now give you a different perception of that situation. And healing can't be understood unless you do this vertical, the vertical shift in your awareness.
Letting go is an empty gesture unless it entails correction. Without this, it is essentially judgmental rather than healing. Well, in divine timing, Lynn just came in and told me something, and I was like, right, judgmental straight away.
Really?
Just for a moment. No, really, you put the dog down. Oh, the dog was fine. Not my dog, somebody else's dog.
Right.
And then quickly we reshuffled our thinking and corrected the thinking and could see the projection of us and peace. But it all took, I don't know, a minute or something, didn't it? Yeah. 2 minutes. And
oh, that's not bad.
Turned it around.
Do corrections in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Rather than staying in it for. That's what this is about.
It's funny that we're doing this just at the same time.
Oh, Oh, it's,
How it works, isn't it?
it is how it works. No, real time.
Yeah.
So what does he mean by letting go as an empty gesture unless it entails correction?
Well, you'd just be letting go in words, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be really doing the process.
I think what he's referring to here might maybe the metaphysical ghosting type idea. Okay, so I'm letting go. So it's all an illusion, letting it all go. But I haven't really done that, because those thoughts are still, I'm saying it, but those thoughts are still there. The thoughts and feelings are still there. So there's no correction in those thoughts. I'm still thinking and feeling wrong-mindedly. Without this, it is essentially judgmental. So it's kind of fake forgiveness. You know, I'm letting it all go. It's fine, but actually, the thoughts and emotions are still there. You haven't let those go. So letting go must be authentic. In other words, essentially judgmental rather than healing. Okay, so how would we summarize that in a sentence or two?
Good question.
Simpler, level adjustment. It's a bit confusing. Level adjustment, power of the correction. Okay, well, there's a simpler way of saying that. Produces the right perception for healing. Okay, so when personalized, I'd say when I willing to transcend my perception of time and space, my time-space perception, reality, then I'll have,
Action occurs.
you know, then I will perceive. I'll perceive correctly and this is healing. So correct perception is healing, you know? And he says right perception for healing. Correct perception is healing. And I'll perceive correctly, and this is healing.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Thoughts has occurred, healing cannot be understood. Letting go as an empty gesture until unless it entails correction. Well, so if I say,
I pretend I've let go.
yeah, if I pretend I've let go, it's like fake forgiveness. I pretend I've let go.
When healing cannot occur.
But I'm still thinking and feeling wrong-mindedly. I'm really judging. Situation through my separate self and preventing healing from happening. Well, do you want to read that from the top, see if it makes sense?
Summary is longer than the original.
It is, but you know, it's not great. But does it reveal more, I suppose?
Yeah.
You read that, is it clearer?
Let me do it. When I am willing to transcend my time-space perception of reality, then I will perceive correctly, and this is healing. If I pretend I've let go, but still think and feeling wrong-mindedly, I'm really judging the situation through my separate self, preventing healing from happening. Yep, perfect.
Yeah, I think that makes it, because like, what does he actually mean here? I pretend. It's a pretend kind of forgiveness. Obviously isn't going to work, but amazing how many people do it. No, have you ever heard? No, I've let it go. One lady once said, let the healing begin. She sent me a whole email. She was quite vitriolic and attacking. And then she says, let the healing begin. Like, I was that, you just condemned me and judged me for the entire email. And in the last line, you say, let the healing begin. Like, what?
Perhaps she was just at the awareness stage where she was aware of her feelings. Step 2 or whatever.
Yeah, but it was like she thought she'd somehow let it go when she clearly hadn't. So it was false, it was fake forgiveness. It was like, I've let it go, but actually I haven't. My thoughts and my feelings are still, are still wrong-minded. I'm still judging and condemning. So there's no genuine, there's no genuine correction, is there? The miracle hasn't happened. So it's got to actually be a change, a genuine change in the thoughts and emotions that are going on. Otherwise, it's meaningless. It's judgmental. It's actually of the ego. Okay. Number 6. Jackie, you read that for us.
Miracle-minded forgiveness is only correction. Is that the one you want me to read? No, hang on. What did you want me to? Yeah, is that the right bit? Okay.
Yeah.
Whole paragraph?
Yeah, and then just do the one line at a time. Good. Read the alternative.
Okay. Correction-minded forgiveness is only correct.
It should be letting go, shouldn't it? Correction-minded. Correction-minded letting go is only correction. Okay, nothing else than corrective. There's no element of judgment at all. So it's interesting because he uses judgment. We've had this conversation before. Judgment in the egoic sense is the judgment something is bad, wrong, it's condemnatory. Whereas the judgment of the Holy Spirit is simply that it's not true.
Okay.
So he does use uses judgment in 2 senses. It's more of an evaluation or discernment. Holy Spirit says that's true and that's not. That's its only judgment. It's only evaluation. Whereas judgment in this sense, there's no element of judgment at all. He's talking about judging it and making it real and condemning the person or the situation. Going, well, that's really bad. So, for instance, you had that initial reaction because you said the dog's been put down, and there was a judgment there, wasn't it? There's no element of judgment. You went, that's bad.
We say it has no element of condemnation.
Condemnatory, yeah. No element of something like that. Condemnatory. I think I might make it judgment at all. It merely says that is not true. That's the Holy Spirit's own judgment, only judgment. And then he goes to qualify that statement.
The statement, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, in no way evaluates what they do. The statement, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, in no way evaluates what they do. I think that's fine.
Needs a comma. I think we'll leave Father in because it's a direct quote from the Bible. The statement,
yeah,
Father,
absolutely.
Know what they do, in no way evaluates what they do. So he's simply saying they don't know what they're doing, but I'm not judging what they're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not condemning it. He wasn't cursing them, going, you people are unconscious and you've hurt me and you'll be damned and condemned and so on. It was just forgive them for they know not what they do. They don't understand what it is they're doing. So there was an evaluation that what they're doing is incorrect, but there was no condemnatory judgment of it.
Hmm.
You see that? So it's kind of subtle
Yeah,
distinction.
absolutely.
But that's the difference
So
between judgment in the wrong-minded and the right-minded sense. The Holy Spirit simply says, this is true, this is not. You have to judge like that, because otherwise there's no way of distinguishing between false and true, is there? So this course is a course in right-minded judgment or discernment, being able to distinguish truth from illusion. In that sense, you must be judgmental. So he uses that word judgment sometimes, the Holy Spirit's judgment. That's positive. You must be able to distinguish. Otherwise, you've got no basis for correct choice and action. But the condemnatory judgment of the ego says that's bad, that's wrong, that's sinful. The guilt is with you. You're now the guilty one. You will be punished because that's really happened and it's real. And there's a whole thought system behind that of sin and guilt, condemnation that underlines that. And so that condemnatory judgment of the ego is what he's talking about when he talks about judgment. You have to read it in context, because there's times when he uses the word judgment, but he's using it in the context of the Holy Spirit's judgment. Like he is the phrase, the last judgment. Then you got to know what he's talking about. So it's interpretation of that same word. It just depends. So you could use discernment instead of judgment.
I was going to ask you about the forgiveness aspect there, because it's a very well-known quote, and I've found it very useful at times, but it seems to be putting the forgiveness elsewhere rather than the individual. So it says it's an appeal to God to heal their minds. But is it not the individual? I mean, whatever situation, it's very easy for me to say, oh, God, please forgive them, so I don't have to. I don't take responsibility for this. It seems to be taking it away from the individual forgiveness.
Well, I mean, the source of all forgiveness is, or letting go, is this awareness, isn't it? It's an appeal to pure formless awareness of perfect love to heal their minds, because that's the only thing that will heal their minds. The person still has a responsibility to go there. They must allow that in. God can't heal their minds until they allow that the possibility, and then they start doing this kind of work to let go of the existing thoughts, feelings, the ego. But he's appealing to the source of the healing. God is the source of all healing.
Okay, that makes sense.
No, I don't think he meant. I mean, it was said in context for that time and the people listening. He didn't say it for his own benefit. He said it as like his final teaching. Of that. Well, I mean, he resurrected, so his teaching came after that. But that was like one of the final things he said in his pre-resurrected life. And so he said it because it was meaningful for those who could hear it. And remember, he wouldn't have even used this language. He used Aramaic. So what he said in Aramaic, we don't know. This is how it got translated. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. So the Aramaic, what is the Aramaic for forgive? It might have been let go or release them. We don't know exactly what word he used. Not recorded.
Yeah. But it's very important because it basically says nothing is too big, that it's so big that it can't be forgiven.
Yeah.
And I think that's what is key to it, isn't it?
That's really the message of the crucifixion. He's saying even in this extreme situation where they've done this to him, and really unjustifiably. He was a very peaceful man. He'd done a lot of healing. He'd done a lot of good. Even in that situation where it seems to be so unjust and so unfair and so harsh and cruel, to kill someone, murder someone like that, and subject him to all that pain. I mean, it's pretty much the worst death you can imagine. He's saying it's still not true, right? So it can be let go of because it exists in the illusory domain of the ego. And so if you have the awareness of the Father, the source, then you can let it go. So it's going into that awareness that will heal it. And even while he's being crucified and his body's dying, he still had that awareness. He was never disconnected from it. Maybe the saying was like, well, he's saying it so that it's a reminder to people of that connection. It's still there. And really his master teaching was the crucifixion, resurrection. That even in that extreme situation, it's an extreme example as he teaches us. We'll cover it in one of the last sections of the text we do in this course, section 1 of chapter 6, which is on the meaning of the crucifixion. And he says it's just an extreme example. It's there to show you that even in the extreme situation that he faced, which none of us are ever likely to face, because we don't crucify people these days, fortunately. Even in that situation, it is still possible to apply this and forgive as he's teaching. So he kind of really walked his talk, and he did it so that people could see what he meant. And then some of them followed suit. They were inspired and they followed him teaching the truth until some of them were crucified or put to death in some way. So you had to sort of inspire them to have the courage to face their fear of death and do it anyway. And he did it by example, by doing it himself, which was then pretty instrumental in what happened. They then had so much courage and faith that they went out and they taught it fearlessly, which was then what established the foundation of the Christian church, as we know. And that's how the teaching came to become a world teaching. So his crucifixion was all part of, a divine plan. But the plan wasn't that he should be punished to suffer for the sins of some kind of sacrifice for the sins of humanity. That's a misinterpretation of what really was, which came because the disciples felt guilty, so they couldn't free themselves from that guilt still. So then they misinterpreted it.
Isn't there a moment, John, during the crucifixion where he says, "Why have you forsaken me?"
I think that is, you're right. That is recorded. But
it was in the Garden of Gethsemane.
Was it it was in the garden, or was it on the cross?
I may be wrong, but I thought it was in the garden.
Check that out. Father, why have you forsaken me? So, we can easily check it. Just go and check out on Google. If it was in the garden, that has to be spurious because no one was listening. So how would they know what he said? All of his disciples were asleep. So how would they know why have you forsaken me?
Yeah, I thought it was when he was on the cross, actually.
Yeah. So let's see. Oh my God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from saving me? So far. Cry out by the day. Was that him? It's enthroned. I don't know. Why Jesus cried, my God, why have you forsaken me? So let's see. There's someone's got something on it here. Okay, speech on the cross. Oh, when Jesus dies on the cross, he shouts from the cross, a phrase that can be puzzling to those of us reading the account so many centuries later. My God, why have you forsaken me? Okay, so he said it on the cross. Phrases found in both Matthew and Mark. About the 9th hour, I cried out loud, Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani. Forsake means to turn away from, withdraw. Why would God do that to his own son? There's sometimes something that we could not do to our God. The source of all love would turn away from his own son. This is exactly what has happened in this moment. It was necessary the fullness of God's love for humanity to be realized. Tells us how much God values us. Right. Well, that's an interesting interpretation. Cries out this phrase, reference to Psalm 22. Psalm is held to be a messianic psalm, one where the author appears to be sharing some vision of what will happen to the Lord's Messiah. Shares the first verse of the psalm, but because it is scriptural, most people would have assumed he was referring to the entire psalm. Find ties to the crucifixion narrative. Okay. So maybe he did it. This is interesting. Because maybe he said that because it was a reference then to Psalm 22, which he knew people would know the scripture And they would then reference it to Psalm 22. And maybe that's why he said it. It says that David's enemies are mocking him, specifically because he trusts in the Lord that the Lord would rescue him. Both say that the people mocking Jesus claimed that if God loved him so much, then God should save him in that moment. And it says, the clothing of the author was divided up. The pressers were casting lots. Game of chance for the possession of it were divided up in new omens. How amazing is it that across approximately 1,000 years difference between King David's vision, recorded in Psalm 22, and the recorded actions of the death of Jesus should be so similar? Well, there's a theory that actually David was Jesus in a previous incarnation. Whether that's got any substance, and there's no way of proving it. But if David had the vision, maybe he had a vision of his future, of a future life, which would potentially make sense why he could have recorded it 1,000 years before. Again, we don't know.
And why they would have linked Jesus back to David when there would really be no way of knowing.
Yeah. So maybe he was saying it because it referenced to Psalm 22, and he was leaving that as a little footnote for people to interpret and give some meaning to the whole thing. He was also calling out his dependence upon God and his gratitude for the benevolence of God. Recognize the desperation of humanity that suddenly hung upon his shoulders. Even in that agonizing moment, his voice called out to show that only God can deliver us. Interesting. Even though he said, "Why have you forsaken me?" So maybe that's why he said it, because there was a reference to the psalm, because the fulfillment of a prophecy which he would have been aware of, and by saying it, he kind of brought the prophecy into recognition, possibly. Again, interpretation we don't know, but I don't think he would really have believed God forsaken. He was saying things for the listening. He said these things as teaching. So it's something to do.
Not just be a reference to his humanness, though.
Yeah, well, he was, people could say, well, maybe it was a moment of doubt. He was like, in his despair, he was like, why have you forsaken me? And he doubted. But he also said, forgive them, Father, for they don't know what they do, which indicates he didn't have doubt. He still had faith. So
he knew in advance, didn't he, that the crucifixion was happening?
Yeah, he did. I mean, I think he surrendered to it. He understood why he had to do it. And he said, not my will, but thy will be done. He understood there was a higher plan. And without that, his teaching wouldn't go where it needed to go. It wouldn't become the world's teaching, the religion that it became the foundational. I think he understood that. He understood the crucifixion, resurrection was necessary, and so he surrendered to it. He said, "Okay, I'll go through with this." But maybe this, when you dying and you're in that much pain, we don't know how much pain he actually experienced, but maybe his ego came in and final kind of, or he was doing it deliberately as a reference to Psalm 22 to give people a reference back to that, which is quite amazing actually, that this was all predicted 1,000 years before. But I suppose not amazing, because time is not linear. So David was just looking into the future and able to see it and express it. And maybe he was looking into his own future life. You don't know. Maybe he was Yeshua. There's various theories about who Yeshua was. Again, none of it can be proven. No one can prove it. But the theories that he was people like David, and all these was incarnations, and then this was the final lifetime where he finally got it and became enlightened. Who knows? We don't know.
Elijah as well, wasn't he meant to be Elijah as well?
Yeah, I've heard that one too. He's Elijah. Again, who knows? Who makes these things? Who decides? There's no way of knowing.
And how do you know whether it's true as it's written? I mean, Art and Pertha in Disappearance of the Universe offer some corrections, don't they, of the Bible?
Yeah.
Who's to know which is true?
Yeah, we don't know, because it's all what Yeshua is saying to us. It's all perceptual. Nothing in the domain of perception is true anyway. So don't get too hung up on it. This is true. No, it's all false. It's all false, actually. That's the only correct interpretation. None of it's true. The entire story, is untrue. So don't get hung up on, this aspect of what's false is true and this is true. I mean, because it becomes ridiculous when you're from the only pure formless awareness and perfect love is true and everything else is false. That's the Holy Spirit's one correction that it makes. So it's an appeal to pure formless awareness and perfect love to heal their minds. There's no reference to the outcome of the error. That does not matter. Okay, so a little summary of that. What can we say there? To summarize that in a preferably shorter way. Correction-minded letting go is only correction. Okay. So true letting go, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, true letting go is simply correction, correcting the error. There's no judgment
Only
at all.
correction. There's no judgment. There's
no judgment or evaluation of the situation.
Well, that's not true, because there's an evaluation. Evaluation is not true. There's no element of condemnation.
Okay.
No element of condemnation.
Do we want to put that quote in there, or
No
seems to
element
repeat
of condemnation.
what was said before?
Yes. We need to put the state. I think that's going to become too long. There's no element of condemnation.
There's no element of condemnation. The appeal is simply made to pure formless awareness of perfect love to heal the minds of those involved, or those.
No element of condemnation in it. It does not judge the outcome of the error, but merely evaluates all error. Merely evaluates or perceives all error as untrue. Evaluates, perceives. All errors.
Right, I think evaluates.
I think evaluates.
We've used perception a lot in slightly different contexts.
Evaluates all error as untrue. Yeah. So happy with that? Is that enough?
Yeah.
Merely evaluates all error as untrue and therefore of no consequence.
Yeah.
So read it from the top. True letting go.
I was just thinking, if we got the bit in about healing their minds, that feels like it should be in there somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, okay. There's no condemnation in it. Does not judge the outcome of the error, but merely
the only important thing is the healing of minds by the awareness of the awareness of perfect love.
And the appeals, all errors untrue, therefore of no consequence. So it appeals to pure formless awareness and perfect love to heal their minds. We always try and personalize it. So, condemnation is not judged, but merely evaluates all errors untrue, and therefore of no consequence. So, yeah.
A full stop after consequence. The appeal is to pure formless awareness, perfect love to heal their minds.
Yeah. Or do you want to put a full stop?
Or the correction is an appeal to pure formless awareness of perfect love to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's personalize
I
it.
don't know
So when I truly let go, I
am the being.
Appeal to formless awareness of perfect love, or appeal to perfect love to heal my mind. Perfect love to heal my mind and the minds of other people involved in the situation. How about that? Does that work?
Yeah.
I read it from the top.
True letting go involves only correction of errors. There is no element of condemnation in it. It does not judge the outcome of the error, but merely evaluates all error as untrue and therefore of no consequence. When I truly let go, I appeal to perfect love to heal my mind and the minds of other people involved in the situation. Of all other people involved in the situation, maybe?
Or just all others.
Yeah.
All others. Okay.
All others involved. Fair enough, I think.
What did you say?
All others involved. I don't think you really need in the situation. It's a bit wordy.
Let go, appeal to perfect love to heal my mind and the minds of all others involved. Yeah, okay. Make it shorter, sweeter. Okay, so go back to number 7. So 2 points to go. So function, be of one mind. Who wants to read that? Who's still on? Orally, are you back with us? I think you disappeared for a while. Do you want to read number 7 for us? Already there? No. Orally? No. Doesn't look like Corey is responding. Okay. Let's ask someone else. Cycle back to John or Sally. One of you.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it.
Okay. So number 7, the injunction be of one mind.
The injunction be of one mind is the statement for revelation readiness. My request, do this in remembrance of me, is the appeal for cooperation between miracle workers.
From miracle workers.
From miracle workers.
Which is correction makers.
Do we want to do this?
Yeah, do the alternative as you go.
The injunction be of one mind is the statement for revelation readiness.
Okay, so it makes sense what he means, the statement for revelation readiness. He's saying you're ready for revelation when you're of one mind.
When you are in the one mind. Yeah.
Be of one mind.
Yeah, so that's
maybe that should be capitalized. What do you think? Capital mind?
Yeah.
One mind. No. Because he's talking about the Christ minding.
Yeah.
Yeah, be of one
My,
mind.
my request, do this in remembrance of me, is the appeal for cooperation from miracle workers. So my request, this is in remembrance of me, is the appeal for cooperation from correction makers.
Yeah, good.
Number 3, the two statements are not in the same order of reality. The two statements are not in the same order of reality. So then they're not on the same
level. Is he talking? When he talks about level, order, it's the same thing. Order of reality, level of reality. It's talking about the two levels of the dream. This, this level, the level of time, space, this world, the ego separation, and then this level of eternity, timelessness, knowledge, performance awareness of perfect love. And these are the two levels that we're playing with all the time, moving from the one to the other, ideally. That's what healing involves. Okay, so then only the latter.
So only the latter involves an awareness of time, since to remember is to recall the past in the present.
Yeah.
Alternatively,
So
only
about the past. Yeah.
Yeah. Only the latter involves an awareness of time, since to remember is to recall the past in the present.
To recall, you're literally calling it back into your awareness, aren't you? That's what you do when you recall the past. Bring it back into awareness, into experience in the present moment. So now past comes back and dominates your present experience. Do this in remembrance of me. Feel for cooperation. But when we remember the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of perfect love, remember, let's recall it, we are recalling what is before time. We're recalling what pre-existed time. We're bringing that in to the present moment. And of course, it still exists. If it's eternal, it pre-existed time, and it still exists. It's still there. So we recall it, we bring it into our awareness, and then it becomes our present awareness.
Just to go back, John, to number 3, the two statements are not in the same order of reality. I don't understand what he's saying there, because the first two statements, the injunction be of one mind is a statement for revelation readiness. Okay. That's
be of one mind. That's the first statement he's talking about. The second one is do this in remembrance of me.
Yes.
So
how are they of different? How
not
are
in
they
the same order of reality? Because he explains it. Be of one mind is a statement of unity on a higher level. The mind is outside of time. If you're of one mind, there wouldn't be time and space. Do this in remembrance of me. It's the appeal for cooperation from correction makers. They're not in the same order of reality, because remembrance involves an awareness of time.
Okay.
Whereas this is timeless. The statement for revelation readiness. To be of one mind is taking you out of time into knowledge, the revelation of this. So it's a statement for revelation readiness. It's of this order, this level of being, true knowledge, being. That statement connects with that. Whereas do this in remembrance of me involves an awareness of time. You're remembering. So you're going back into the past, and there's a doing. Do this. You don't do anything in the one mind. You just are.
Yeah.
So it's a time-based statement. That's why I'm saying it's not in the same order of reality.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we're on number 5. Time is under my direction.
4, I think number 4, only the latter involves an awareness of time.
Only the latter involves an awareness of time, since to remember is to recall the past and the present. Yeah. Alternatively, I do not have to worry about what to.
No?
Do not have to.
That was the alternative. We're in the alternative already. Sorry.
I do not have to worry about what to say.
No, you're skipping.
Yeah, no.
Here we go. So let's go back up to there. Time, there's the original. In the black, time is under my.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's start. So, the original text says, only the latter involves an awareness of time, since to remember is to recall the past and the present. Alternatively, only the latter involves an awareness of time, since to remember is to recall the past and the present. So,
okay.
Number 5, time is under my direction, but timelessness belongs to God. Time is under my direction, but timelessness belongs to pure formless awareness of perfect love.
No. Under my direction. So I understand what he's saying, but he's not talking about Yeshua, the personal self. He's talking about Christ. Christ's mind is under the direction of our true self. Is that good? You like that translation?
Yeah.
Because it's the Christ mind, really, which is our true self. We share it with him. So that true self, the Christ mind, wants to be revealed through our experience in time. It's the at-one-ment process. Okay, but timelessness.
Should it be true self, though, in number 5? It's just small self, isn't it? Time is under my direction is.
Yeah, but he's talking about my being him.
Right.
Not as Yeshua, but as the Christ. He is the
Okay.
ascended to the Christ mind. So my direction would be the Christ identity, which is our we translate as our true self.
Okay.
Which wants to reveal it. Remember, the true self wants us to know it through our experience in time. That's the at-one-ment process. It wants to reveal itself through this experience. So we come to know our true self in time and then transcend time. We don't need it once we know it. Once we're rooted in our true self, we don't need time anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Number 6, in time we exist for.
No, you forgot, but timelessness belongs to.
But timelessness belongs to pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Oh, so it's this domain, the eternal or timeless, is what we're referring to. No time. Eternity is no time. Timeless state. Timelessness. We could retrans. Do you think eternity is better than timelessness, or does timelessness work?
I quite like eternity, actually.
Yeah. Ryan, can I translate that as eternity? Timelessness. So this is the domain of, it belongs to, it's the domain of pure formless awareness, of perfect love, which simply exists timelessly, eternally, in its state of being. Okay, so So in time we exist for and with each other.
In time we exist for and with each other.
And in eternity.
In eternity we coexist with God. In eternity we coexist with pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Okay. So translation of that, what's he saying? Summary, if we can summarize that in a sentence or two. You have one mind. So you have one mind is statement for revelation readiness, and do this in remembrance of me. Two statements are not in the same order of reality. That involves an awareness of time. Time is under direction. Maybe we just want to focus on the executive, on like what's practical. Being when I am of one mind, maybe something like that. One mind. State of revelation. When I am I'm remembering my true self. Still in time.
I thought time was part of the illusion, though. So if
Yeah, it is.
And it wouldn't be under the direction of our true self.
No, but remember, this is quite a good illustration of this Holy Trinity. Which is an operating system. So how does the Holy Trinity work? You have God, Father, heaven, eternity, what's timeless. This is revelation. Up there, that's the top level. That's ultimate reality. And then you have a communication between this Father or source and the Son, its extension. And that is when our highest self concept, the capital self in the world, is the Christ or the true self and the Son. That's the idea that we just one self, which can still perceive in time. So what's perceiving all of this stuff is the Christ, which then has true perceptions or Christ vision, which leads to the miracles of corrections, forgiveness. So this is the Holy Spirit now reinterpreting all people, places, events, circumstances, and situations.
Yeah.
So he's saying it's of in a different order. You see, the Christ and the Holy Spirit still work in time.
Yeah.
Which is their function. That's the only reason they exist. Seemingly, they're temporary. It's a temporary existence. They don't ultimately exist. Temporary existence in time to reinterpret for us all of the people, things, places, events, circumstances, situations, traumas, successes, failures, etc. All experiences from the perspective of the oneself. So when he says "remember me," it's recalling this self and applying it, and do this in remembrance of me. There's doing implies perception. You're changing your perception. There's a correction. There's a doing. Things are changing. Still within the domain of time. This, if I'm of one mind, there's no doing required. I'm simply resting in the state of perfect beingness with my source and every mind that is part of it. So that's a revelation. So he's talking about the different levels of the Trinity here. And when he says my, then he's actually referring to the Christ's mind. When I'm remembering my true self, when I'm remembering my true self and correcting my perceptions, I'm still in time. And we could say time is under the direction of my true self, but eternity belongs. That's quite nice. I like that. It's quite difficult to get rid of that. So it's time is under the direction of my true self. Eternity belongs to pure formless awareness. And time we exist for and with each other. So that's the domain of the miraculous. When I'm in time, there's still relationships exist for and with each other, right? So we exist in relationship to others, and we're here to love each other. That's all we're here to do. In eternity, we coexist with pure formless awareness of perfect love. And we'll make it in time, I exist. We'll make it I exist for and with other people, but in eternity, I coexist with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay, so you want to read that from the top?
When I am of one mind, my mind will be in a state of revelation. But when I am remembering my true self and correcting my perceptions, I am still in time. Time is under the direction of our true self, but eternity belongs to pure formless awareness of perfect love. In time, I exist for and with other people, but in eternity, I coexist with pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Oh, nice. So he's framing the levels for us. You see, he's telling us, okay, these are the different levels of reality. You seem to be in time now, and the best you can do in time is to listen to your true self, to let that reinterpret reality for you, bringing you these corrections, and that prepares you for the eternal domain, where there's just pure formless awareness of perfect love, and there's really no need for a true self, Holy Spirit, correction of perception, miracles. All of that fades away because you just rest, coexist with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Or I am in a state of pure formless awareness of perfect love eternally. That's all. And you say it like that, you know, in a state of pure formless awareness, perfect love eternally. So there's no need for people, there's no need for relationships, that all disappears, and I just rest in this state of pure formless awareness forever. Okay, happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, last one. Number 8. Who would like to read number 8?
I will. You can do much on behalf of your own healing and that of others if, in a situation calling for help, you think of it this way. So carry on down the alternative each section. You can do much on behalf of your own healing and that of others if in a situation calling for help you think of it this way. Yeah. I'm here only to be truly helpful. Here only to be truly helpful. I am here to represent him who sent me. I am here to represent the pure formless awareness of perfect love within me. I do not have to worry about what to say or what to do because he who sent me will direct me. I do not have to worry about what to say or what to do because this awareness will direct me. I am content to be wherever he wishes, knowing he goes there with me. I am content to be wherever it wishes, knowing it goes there with me. I will be healed as I let him teach me to heal. I will be healed as I let it teach me to heal. I love that sentence, paragraph.
That prayer is a wonderful prayer. So that's actually in maybe I'll start including it actually. It's the healing prayer, which if you recall in the program, I included every day. So you had this healing prayer every day in your email. I'm here to be only truly helpful.
Yeah.
To be truly helpful and represent your formless awareness of perfect love within me. So this is a time-based. You know, you're saying, well, while I'm in time, I exist for and with other people. So I'm asking for the guidance as to how to be truly helpful to them. And again, this awareness will direct me. So the same idea as where were we in here, lesson, the final 5 lessons. You don't have to worry what you're going to say or do because you'll be given the guidance. So he's pointing us to this direction where we're just guided. The Spirit's taken over, it's guiding us, and we can be truly helpful to others in that state, which is then love, loving awareness in action. And that's the highest possibility for a human life. If you can live in this way, that's the top of the tree. Higher than that is revelation, which takes you out of time and out of the body ultimately. So this is the idea of being the the bodhisattva. You're living in a state of helpfulness, loving kindness. Dedicate your life to helping others and allowing the Holy Spirit, this remembrance of perfect love, to express through and in you and through your life. So it's a surrender prayer. It's saying I'm willing to give up my own ideas and just be truly helpful. It's a very powerful intention to set every day. So I'll include it in your emails from now on, so you can just remind yourself every morning. It only takes a minute to do. Just bring yourself into that truly helpful frequency.
I look at it every day.
Do you? Oh, okay. Oh. We won't translate that. It just needs to stay as it is. Well, I've translated it, but I'm not going to summarize it. I think it needs to stay. It's okay as it is. It's meant to be said as it's already personalized, isn't it? I'm here. It's already personalized, saying, why are you truly here? So it's a statement of your true purpose, really, in this life, in this world. And the transcending, escaping time and going to revelation, that'll happen if you do this. That will be taken care of for you. But while you're here, this is your purpose and your function. Okay, so any other thoughts, comments on this? That brings us to the end of this. I'm going to, if you're up for it, maybe just do a quick 5 minutes meditation on this, just to close off with guiding you through this last paragraph. Just what I'll do is, we've got a summary here, so I'll take you through the summary, and then the final paragraph just will bring you into this alignment with this truly helpful state. How does that sound?
Yeah, sounds lovely. Thank you.
Okay, so just make yourself comfortable. Get another thing going there. All right, so making yourselves comfortable. Sitting in your favorite meditation posture, feet shoulder width apart. Back straight. Cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. And just start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clenching the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in, draw the energy up the spine, into your heart center, connect with your heart space, and draw it up into the crown of your head, pausing at the top of the inhale. Maximal inhale breath. And so just one more letting go for today. If there's any thoughts, emotions, anything arising that's not comfortable or peaceful, you can just let it go. Blow it out. Remind yourself that I'm perceiving only the past. Perceiving from my past, and that is all false. It's a false self. So you blow it all away. It's the breeze of your breath into the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. All the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest here in peace and stillness. Just allowing this peace and stillness to come in. Pure formless awareness of perfect love arising in your mind, breathing in and out through your nose. Deep, slow, rhythmical breaths. Observe the breath flowing in, the breath flowing out, stomach rising, stomach falling. Get into a nice rhythm of the breath, nice and calm and relaxed, peaceful. And just allow these words I'm going to read just to drop in. This is the executive summary. All the section we just read and translated. So let the words just permeate into your awareness. Just breathing, smooth, deep, rhythmical breath that opens your mind, clears your mind. So you're an empty vessel, just waiting to receive these profound words. And keep watching your breath just to stay in that calm, peaceful, relaxed, empty, open state. So in this section, this is section 5A of chapter 2, entitled Special Principles of Miracle Workers. Summary of it is that a correction can lead to events and circumstances that do not follow the laws of time and space. So when I make corrections in my mind, I'm opening to the possibility of time and space being adjusted to help me identify more with my true self. Just allowing this true self to help me in this plan of its at-one-ment. It wants us to become at one with itself and its source. So my healing depends on my ability to distinguish clearly what is true from what is false. If I'm confused, then I'm in my wrong mind. I respond to any mistake made by anyone. Confuse right-mindedness with wrong-mindedness, and I'm making a mistake myself. Just keep watching your breath, getting more and more relaxed with each breath, emptying your mind, opening it to these powerful ideas. So only when I receive and respond right-mindedly from my true self can I have any real effect on anyone or anything. When there's no real effect, there's no real existence. It is merely an empty projection of my wrong mind. And really project falsely from my wrong mind. I'm not connected to my true self, and it's the false self that's doing it, projects, creates illusions when there's no real existence. When I'm willing to transcend my time-space perception of reality, then I will perceive correctly. And this is healing. Healing is this correct perception, right-minded perception. If I pretend I've let go, but I'm still thinking and feeling wrong-mindedly, I'm really judging the situation. Through my separate self and preventing healing from happening. So I must be willing to go beyond my time-space perception. Go into an awareness that is not bound by time-space. Don't judge the situation through my separate self and prevent healing from happening. So, truly letting go involves only correction of errors. There's no element of condemnation in it. Do not judge the outcome of the error, but merely evaluate all errors as untrue and therefore of no consequence. No effect. When I truly let go, I appeal to perfect love to heal my mind and the minds of all others involved. And appeal to pure formless awareness of perfect love when I truly let go. That's how it works. Because what's left when you let go of everything else is that awareness, fundamental awareness. When I'm of one mind, my mind will be in a state of revelation, in a state of pure formless awareness. When I'm remembering my true self and correcting my perceptions through it, I'm still in time. Time is under the direction of my true self. And eternity belongs to pure formless awareness, perfect love. So in time I exist for and with other people, but in eternity I am in a state of pure formless awareness, of perfect love, eternally. So while we're here, the miracle is to live, coexist with people in a happy, harmonious way. We exist for them, for and with other people. So this is the prayer of the miracle worker. Prayer to be truly helpful. So listen to this. Take a nice deep breath in and breathe in this profound words. So I'm here only to be truly helpful. Say this in your mind after me. I'm here in this world, on this planet, only to be truly helpful. I'm here to represent the pure formless awareness of perfect love within me. And you don't have to worry about what to say or what to do, because this awareness will direct me. All my thoughts, my words, and my actions. I am content to be wherever it wishes, knowing it goes there with me. I will be healed as I let it teach me to heal. So I only heal when I let it teach me to heal. So exhale, have a sense of extending this intention to be truly helpful outwards, signaling your intention to the universe. So one more time, I'm here only to be truly helpful. Say it in your mind after me. I'm here to represent the pure formless awareness of perfect love within me. I do not have to worry about what to say or what to do, because this awareness will direct me. I'm content to be wherever it wishes, knowing it goes there with me. I'm content to be wherever it wishes, knowing it goes there with me. I will be healed as I let it teach me to heal. And without, confirm that in your mind, say, so it is. So it is said, so it is done. This is your new reality. This is your new purpose. You've just installed a new function and purpose in your mind. So there's nowhere else to go. There's nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still for a couple of minutes and just bask in this loving awareness, being exposed to it and how nearly 7 hours. Just let it come through, just marinate in it. Just be in this awareness. Nothing else to do, nowhere else to go, nothing else to think about. Just allow this loving awareness, pure formless awareness, perfect love to be there for you. And just watch the breath and sink inwards to the deep peace. It's just pointing us beyond time, asking us to still be in time and be truly helpful while we're in time. And that is our only function. So from this moment on, just stay on. This can be your intention, true prayer. To be truly helpful to everyone and everything whom you encounter. And so just gently coming back. To the body and the breath, the senses and the world. Carry this deep peace and this strong intention to be truly helpful with you into everything you think, say, and you do. The rest of this evening and on into your week ahead. Set that intention now. So it is. So on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. 1, just breathing in. Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pause at the top of the inhale. Do a quick scan of your mind. Your emotions. Notice any thoughts, emotions, any body sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way, shape, or form. And you let it go. Blow it away with the breeze of your breath. And the nothingness that it really is. So the air flows out, chest and the stomach suck back in. Count of 2, just noticing the weight of your body, pressing down into the chair, feet touching the ground. what you're feeling and touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose. Notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state of mind. And breathe in and just don't judge anything, right? It's to be in this state of awareness where there's no judgment, not judging, naming, labeling, interpreting. It's just clear perception coming from true awareness. So anchor this state in. This is the state of mind that Yesha is trying to train us into, to be miracle-minded, right-minded, correction-minded, however you want to call it, and to stay in the state. So on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. Just look around and practice today's workbook lesson in the state. Good opportunity just to the practice period. So look around and remind yourself as you look at everything that I perceive only in the past. And look at a specific object or objects. So I perceive only the past in this chair, for example. I perceive only the past in this wall. I perceive only the past in this body. Just say that for maybe a dozen objects, very calmly, slowly, deliberately. No rush. Don't avoid anything or select anything in particular. Just calm, quiet, casual practicing. And you just one more time say, I perceive only the past and everything. Let that just kind of rest there. And that should keep you in a state of true awareness for the rest of the evening and on into tomorrow. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and today's live session. So thanks everyone for that, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We'll continue at the normal time, 12:30 start for our afternoon session. That's UK time. It's 1:30 your time already. And then we'll do a...
I just got myself a bit of chocolate orange and stuff.
And then we'll do an evening session as well. I think evening maybe just an hour later. I need to have some time to do a run at some point. So we do the evening session from 6 o'clock UK time. That's 7 p.m. French time. How does that sound?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
All right.
That's good.
Namaste, everyone. Thanks for staying.
Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
John. I think we got some really good stuff done. So
yeah.
just let that kind of percolate into your being for the rest of the evening. Maybe you want to practice the lesson one more time before bed using one of the meditations I sent you. And that's a wrap for day 15 of the Art of Letting Go course. So keep on keeping on. Another week, and next week we'll be doing the Name Your Game exercise around this time. You will have finished it. So that's what we're leading up to. All right. So good night. Au revoir. I'll see you,
Bonne nuit.
see you tomorrow.
Bonne soirée. Au revoir.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye for now.